All right, so sorry about that. And welcome to this morning's workshop on GIA Constitution and bylaws. I think it is GIA Constitution Code of Conduct, but I'll see if I can add the regulations and then the bylaws to it. That's if we have time. I know, is it supposed to be a whole day? Say it again. Oh, to 3 p.m. Wow. Okay, all right, okay. All right, so are we going to go for break or we'll just run through? Who is that class rep? Oh, two. I thought you raised your hand. Okay, all right, okay. Anyway, so my name is Foster Osai Akuno. May I know your names, if you can pass this?
Good morning. My name is Erisi Hagen.
Ivana Tracy from Pong.
Julius Budajisa.
Kweku Oware.
Justin Dike.
Father Gabriel Tobo.
Stephen Mensah.
Pepe Charlotte.
Anthony Lamina.
Andrew Money.
Andrew Jen.
Cyril Colley.
Who kwadi here?
Sebastian Dakura.
Shadrach Zumwap.
Christopher Osadu.
Bandi Banaman Henry.
Agbo Francis Selassie.
Obed Webu.
Winter Desmond.
All right, so the online participants, can we see your faces as you introduce yourselves? Say it again. And we can see them, why? But why didn't you connect to the projector? Is it that difficult? So you can connect to the projector. Yeah, so do that. Yeah, so you can do that. And then afterwards, but as we wait for them, I want this to be very interactive. I would want, yeah, listen. Okay. Okay, all right, okay. I will break for 30 minutes from 12:15. And then 12:45 we come. Okay. Okay. All right. Understand there was lunch for 30 minutes. So when it is 12:15, we'll all go and eat and come back. All right, so like I was saying, I would want it to be very interactive. What it means is I'll not be the only one doing the talking. I would want you to, because you understand it more when you also talk. You want to be a practicing architect, and to be a practicing architect, you must be a member of the Ghana Institute of Architects, and that's per the law in Ghana. So right from the word go, have that at the back of your mind, and that membership is renewed annually. It is renewed through the payment of a subscription, among others. So you don't pass, put on the register, and then subsequently you say, no, I wouldn't pay a subscription, but I want to belong. Anyway, so can you let them introduce themselves? We would want to see them here. We want to see their faces. Is it okay? Can we see? I think we'll be able to, our eyes will adjust along the line because it doesn't make sense to have lights on when you are doing presentation on you need the darkness so that with the white background, everything will be clear. Whilst waiting for them, can someone tell me what the institute stands for? When you say Ghana Institute of Architects, what is it? Are you ready? Oh, but you can be ready, don't worry. Just start it. I'm sure you have something because you are raising your hand and it's like, oh,
From my understanding, the Ghana Institute of Architects is an association that seeks to cater to the well-being of architects in terms of practice and to regularize to a certain degree the activities of the architecture profession in Ghana.
who else?
Okay. I would say that the GIA is a body that regulates the practice of architecture in Ghana. Yes.
Okay, who else? You said regular. Who else? And someone to said it's an association that champions the cause of architecture in Ghana. Is that okay? Who else? Mr. Wari.
So it's a body that constitutes of members that promotes the practice of architecture, protects the profession of architecture, as well as practice of it in the country.
Who else? Yeah, I think you have. Okay, so from here we go to.
I will also add that the GIA protects the integrity of the profession in the eye of the public, in addition to protecting the rights of the architects and regulating the profession.
All right, okay. And who else? Oh, this young man. And from, I think you will say something, okay.
So I believe the GIA is also responsible for training people who want to be architects. So they control examination and everything for people who also want to practice architecture in Ghana.
They control examination.
They conduct, let me say, conduct examination.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, okay. Yeah, give it to her.
For the GIA not to be confused with the ARC, which serves as the regulator, protector, and controller, the GIA, I believe, is a professional body or society of like-minded professionals or architects who seek the advancement of the profession.
All right, okay. All right, so she brought a different dimension to the definition of Ghana Institute of Architects. Excuse me. And she mentioned Architects Registration Council. We'll get to that. Yes.
Okay, so the GIA, Ghana Institute of Architects, is a body, an institution that seeks to bring together all professionals, all qualified architects, from the provisional to the principal, and see to it that they protect the practice of architecture. Yes.
Who else? And from you, Cooks.
The only thing I would add to what they've said is I would say it is the public facing institution of
It is what?
a public facing institution.
A public-facing institution.
Yes, which has two roles. One facing towards architects, so those who have gone through the training and they give them the education, further training, and so on. And then the other side is to provide advocacy in the public eye, to educate the public on the importance of the architect and architecture and the services.
Okay. I see you might be mindful of the word public. Whenever you say public, it connotes something differently. Okay. And especially when you would want to distinguish between Ghana Institute of Architects and the Architects Registration Council. You were talking about advocacy, and advocacy is to the public. Okay, but the way you started, it sounded. Anyway, Cooks.
So GIA, I believe, is an institution that is responsible for protecting the practice of architecture in Ghana.
All right, okay. She said it's responsible for protecting the practice of architecture in Ghana. Yes, sir, you were a bit late. Why? What happened to you? Oh, it means your timing was wrong.
Yes, please.
Okay. So can you tell us something?
Okay, so
Are you guys ready? Okay.
okay, so I believe the Ghana Institute of Architects also plays the role as a committee or a chairperson towards some competitions or some tenders, basically.
I see. Well, I'm sure by the time we will finish this lecture, we'll all be clear what the Ghana Institute of Architects stands for. I think different people have said different things, but we'll come to a conclusion as to what Ghana Institute of Architects is. Some of the things you said were off, others were close, and things like that. Yes, sir. So can we start the introduction? Okay. Yeah, so those online, we would want you to introduce yourself. We would want you to on your camera so that we see your face and then we can relate to you better. Thank you. So the first person, you raise your hand and then you introduce yourself. You mention your name, and I think that will be enough. Yeah, so once you've raised your hand, just speak 10 on your camera. Let's see you. And then you mention your name to us. If you are speaking, we cannot hear you.
Okay, my name is Gadagwe Jones.
Your name again?
Gadagwe Jones.
Oh, Gadagwe Jones. Okay.
Yes.
All right. Thank you. And okay, JKSM. Okay. And then the next person. Yes, sir, can you introduce yourself? And excuse me, I hope you are capturing them, okay, as part of the attendance. Yes, sir, can you introduce yourself?
Hi, good morning. Please, I'm Ikea Pepper.
Akuya Pepra. Then the next person.
Hello, I'm Daniel Obiokai.
All right, Daniel. The next
Yeah.
person.
Hello, good morning. My name is Prince Oseji.
Prince, your light in your room is something else.
Yes, I work on it. Thank you.
Those days when we used to watch black and white TV. You have to squint to. Anyway, then the next person.
Yeah, hello, I'm Kwamina Kwegri.
Kwamina, can we see your face? Oh, Kwamina. Yeah, yes, sir, you are.
Hello, good morning.
Yeah.
Yes. Please, my name is Aaron Afle.
Yes, sir, are you in Accra or you are in Tamale?
Yes, I'm in Accra.
And you couldn't come here? You see, your network is so bad.
Yes.
And your name?
Please, my name is Aaron Afle.
Can you get a Uber and come now? All right, the next person.
Hello, good morning. My name is Gordon Edem, Cape Coast.
You see, we didn't hear anything. The next person.
Hello. Hello.
Yes.
Good morning. My name is Gordon Edem Jibadi, viewing from Cape Coast.
Okay, the next person.
Good morning. My name is Ikea Pepper, viewing from Pram Pram. Thank you.
Are you viewing from Pram Pram?
Yes, please.
In the Greater Accra region.
Yeah.
The next person. The next person.
My name is Samuel Jemfi Mafo.
What Mafo?
Samuel Jemfi Mafo.
Oh, Samuel Mafo. From where, Kumasi?
No, Koforidua.
Okay. All right, and then the next person.
Hello, my name is Kenneth Apia from Akosombo.
But Akosombo is just here.
Please, I'll do all to come the remainder of the days.
All right, the next person.
Hello, my name is Miles Christian, viewing from Pam Pam. Can you hear me?
Are you sure you are viewing from Pram Pram?
Yep. How's the road behind me? Unfortunately, there's traffic 24/7.
Is it Pram Pram lorry station or where?
No, not the lorry station. There's an eco bank along the main road.
Are you going to the site?
No, I have to pick up some money for. I have to pick up some money, and it's urgent, so I'm on the move. I'm also listening.
So, What is your priority?
What is my
Priority.
priority? As in, what between the picking up the money and being in class?
Next
It was
person.
quite urgent. So yeah, thanks.
Yeah, hello.
Yeah. Yeah, yes, sir.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, my name is Bright Amejo.
Yeah, Bright.
Bright Amejo. I'm speaking from somewhere, Wenchi.
Wenchi.
Yes, Bono region.
Oh, I see. How far is it from Accra?
Oh, over 300
Please
and
don't guess.
400 and something kilometers. So
You are guessing. Anyway, the next person. The next person. Is that all? How many?
Hello, I'm Cyril.
Yes, sir. You see, your network is disappointing you.
yeah, Charlie. Come in.
Yeah, hello. Please mention your name.
Good morning.
Yeah, hello.
Yes. Hello,
Can you
good
please
morning.
mention your name? Yes.
Yes, I am Cyril Tete.
So, Tete,
Yes.
where are you currently?
Right now I'm in Kanda. I'm trying to finish something up and then make it to the
What time is it supposed to start?
the lecture starts at 9.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And are you coming here or you are staying in your office?
No, sir, I would be there later in the day. I have a few obligations to
I have a
so
few
then
obligations. I see. And you said the name is so what?
Cyril Tete.
Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
The next person. The next person.
Hi, my name is Lita Agbado.
Nita.
Lita, please.
See, we can't see you.
The light here is very bad.
And you chose to be there.
No, I'll be in class around 11. So,
And that's your time.
no, I have an emergency at 10, so I have to finish in the hospital before coming. So after there, then I come straight to it, into the class.
Is there a procedure?
Yeah, more like it.
Next person.
Hello. Good morning.
Morning.
Yes, my name is Elom.
Elom.
Yes.
And where are you now?
Right now I'm in Kufridia.
Which is not far from here.
Yes.
And you chose not to come here.
No, it's not that. I hope to be in the subsequent meetings, but unfortunately today I can't be there in person.
All right, next person. Next person. Are they more to introduce themselves? We are done. Okay. All right. Okay. So thank you for the names. I'll see which of the names I can remember. Don't fault me if I don't remember any of your names. All right. Okay. So we are preparing for the professional exams to become architects. So which of you is an architect as we speak? But how many of you have cards that you've written architects on? This man, I know you have one. You've written junior architects. Okay, all right, okay. So what is the definition for junior architect? You see, in Ghana, because English is not our language, and we've borrowed it and made it a national language, we pick terms and use it anyhow. However, when you go to various countries, they are very specific on what you can use and what term you can use and what you cannot use. Per the constitution of the institute, we classify graduates of architecture as probationers. In other jurisdictions, they are called architectural assistants. Others use junior architects, among others. Okay, but here we say they are probationers. We are thinking of changing it to a name that is that will all relate to the in the US, for instance, you will be called an associate. Okay, so you'll be an associate of the American Institute of Architects. It means you are here to write a professional exams. It means you are a probationer in Ghana. So let's be mindful of some of this. Yeah, you've gone to School of Architecture, you've completed, and you want everybody to know that you are an architect. Okay. However, you don't charge your clients well with all the PPs you do, and that affects us. Yes, because you call yourself an architect, I'm an architect with so many years of experience, and because you charge very low because you need to put food on your table, it affects us. When we charge, then they say, oh, your fee is, or your fees are too high. Meanwhile, that is the minimum that we charge. So, and you see, over time, it will also affect you, okay, because those behind you will do the same thing that you were doing. Okay, so it goes around like that. So please, let us be very, very mindful of some of these things. All right, so Ghana Institute of Architects is a professional body to start with. Okay, it is a professional body, and it is a body of knowledge of architects, okay, who have come together to champion the cause of architecture and its practice in Ghana. Okay, so it talks about education, architecture education, which starts from the tertiary institutions, where in Ghana we have only 2 tertiary institutions that teaches architecture, or that are involved in architecture education, and that's Central University, which runs a 5-year program, and Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology, which runs a 6-year program. And to qualify to be a probationer at the institute, you should have passed your academic qualification. You should have attained your academic qualification and being the 5 years or the MArch at KNUST, 5 years with a Bachelor of Architecture at Central University, or the MArch, not the BSc Architecture at KNUST. You are still a student when you finish the bachelor's degree at KNUST. The prerequisite for being registered as a probationer by the institute is either your Bachelor of Architecture from Central University or the Master of Architecture from KNUST. And as a professional body, it didn't just, come into being. It is backed by law, and that was what is called Professional Bodies Act. I expect each of you to look for that act and read it. Professional Bodies Act. Every profession, you see, people tend to confuse associations with bodies of language. And it is because you have some professional bodies using the word association, like you have Ghana Bar Association. So people who are even educated think that the Bakers Association are also professional bodies. And that is why they would say it's an association anybody can join. No, when you read the Professional Bodies Act, it tells you about the path through which you can be a professional body. And it puts premium on educational qualification. You have to go through a training in a tertiary institution, academic training in a tertiary institution before you can join the professional body. So please don't be confused and say that, the Constitution of Ghana talks about freedom of association. So anybody at all can join, or you can be a member of the institute. If you don't want to be a member of the institute again, nobody will hold you. You can resign at any time you want to resign. It means that you cease to be a practicing architect in the country. All right. So the institute is guided by the operations of the institute is guided by a constitution. And if we want to be members of the institute, we should understand the do's and don'ts of the institute. Let me say that every professional body, the whole world, have a regulator, and the regulator, per the name, regulates, make sure that it is only those who are qualified to practice practices. And the regulator is always government. So we will say the institute is, in a sense, a private body, okay, collection of knowledge, body of knowledge from individuals who have come together to champion, to practice and then champion the cause of architecture in the country. The government, for the sake of public safety the government comes in to make sure that you are practicing and you practice per your code of conduct, per what is prescribed by law. Hence, in Ghana, we have the Architects Registration Council. And what is the name of that act which set up the Architects Registration Council? Who can tell me? But you are holding the mic. Yeah, so tell us. No, you are holding it.
Architects Act.
Mhm. You haven't said anything, no?
Sorry, please, the question again.
Who can repeat the question? So, Tete, are you online? Can you answer the question? Or you want to tell us? Okay.
The Architects Act 1969, NLCD 357.
So it is the Architects Act 1969 NLCD 357. So that set up the regulator. So we must understand that the institute does not regulate, but it's rather the registration council that regulates. The institute has its internal mechanism to make sure that its members do the right thing. And this internal mechanism is what we call code of conduct. You know, we'll get to that. So I'm sure we've all seen the Constitution of Ghana Institute of Architects. We've gone through it. If you haven't, just tell me you haven't. And I see no reason why, if you are going to write examination in the next 3 months, you'll be writing in the next 3 months. It's June. What day? 19th and 20th. Wow. Okay. So, you see, this, you should have started way back in school. I'm sure you did professional practice in either ATEC when we're doing it in the 5th year. Okay, I know whether they've changed it. But at least that opens your mind. And if nothing at all, if you even didn't pay attention because you were trying to finish some PP to get some money to pay your fees, during your national service period, you should, because the practice actually starts from when you are exiting school. And you even went there right from 1st year, had a back for your mind, you want to be an architect. Anyway, so the institute said that was hereby established the Ghana Institute of Architects, hereinafter referred to as the Institute or GIA. So you can either say Ghana Institute of Architects, GIA, or the Institute. And when we say GIA, I think we may have to be a bit careful here. The registrar of companies, I know, but they should also pay particular attention to some of this abbreviation. It hit me, I think 3 years ago. I was driving past Kanda, then I saw GIA, and I'm like, what is GIA? But I know the institute that I'm leading is located at Ridge, number 3 Abdul Diop Street, but not Kanda. So I opened my eyes wide, and then I saw Ghana Insurance Association, and then that's GIA. Okay, and I don't know whether that record is at Registrar General's department, but you don't want to register, two different, same destined for two different organizations. So maybe we may have to pick it up. Every organization, every institution has an aim and objective. Why was it set up? Okay, and what do they intend doing? Okay, so it says the aim, which at times can be the object of the institute, are, and this is where we have to be very attentive, are the advancement of the art and science of architecture in Ghana and the promotion of research, education, and practice connected herewith. And for the purposes of carrying out those objects, but not otherwise, the institute may. Okay, so the main thing is the advancement of the art and science of architecture. And we should understand that architecture is not an art, neither is it a science, but it is the art and science. Okay, so when you are designing, don't be so much interested in how it looks, but how does it perform? How would your building have effect on those who occupy it? Should also be paramount, and that's the science of it. And I would want to encourage you not to forget things that you even learned from first year, because there are things that will carry you until you leave this earth. Any questions? Any clarification? Yes, I think we don't know your name. You came in a bit late, so yeah. So tell us.
Okay. My name is Stephen Paddy. I just came, so I am here to follow what you're saying.
You haven't followed?
No, I wasn't following online.
All right, okay. All right, madam.
My name is Cynthia Dazi. And I think so far we are discussing the role and the aim of the institute.
Of the institute. So you understand what the institute is?
Yes, please.
What they stand for? Okay. All right, okay. Yes, sir. Can you tell us something?
So from what I get right now with the aim that you're advancing art and science of architecture.
Who, me?
No, as in GIA is. GIA is. When I was coming, I had the chance to listen to the current president on the radio talking about.
Do we say the current president? No, we say the president of
the president of GIA.
Yes. You see, we have the president, we have the immediate past president, and then we have past president. We don't say former president, we say past president. So there was always one president.
The president of GIA, architect Tony Asari, he was talking about fire and how architecture can solve the problem. So hearing about this, it makes clear to me why they will call on him as the president of GIA to talk about how to curb fire outbreak in the country. Like he was even talking about Kantamanto, the fact that the institution was trying to come up with ways, concepts to solve the problem. So I understand the aims.
That the institute.
GIA, Ghana Institute of Architects.
Yeah, we have Ghana Institution of Engineering. And why is it institution and not an institute?
I have no idea.
Hey, but you've been practicing with them. Madam, can you tell us something? You have no idea. Wow. Yes, sir. You seem to have an idea.
My mind is actually on.
another question, but could you kindly repeat that?
So what question is your
Okay,
mind on?
So it might seem a bit trivial, but I'm wondering. Oh, sorry, I'm wondering. One of the aims, as you said, was to advance the art and science in Ghana. But from
the arts and science
the arts
in
and
Ghana.
science of architecture,
Yeah.
in Ghana.
Yeah.
But from my understanding, architecture is more of a global thing. We learn from other places. So is there a particular reason why it's specified just Ghana? I know it's Ghana.
Okay, all right, okay. So we are practicing in Ghana.
Yeah.
Okay, when you go, even in Ghana, the site, the climatic conditions in Accra is different from the climatic condition, even in Eastern region, Koforidua, where some of the guys are. Okay, and because we're talking about Ghana, we are practicing in Ghana. Architecture is basically the arts and science of buildings.
Yes.
Yes. Okay, but we are putting it in context.
Yes. So what there are some places like in the northern part of Ghana where the temperatures are very hot.
Yeah.
Okay. But if you go to places like Abu Dhabi and all those other desert areas, they have similar climatic conditions, yet their style of architecture, we can hybridize what they do there into our system here.
No, please, you would want to be very, very careful. Okay. You would want to be very, very careful. Design per the site, design per the location that you have. Don't just pick and then dump.
Yes, I mean hybridize. So it's not necessarily a pick and dump.
Please, design per your location.
All right.
All right. All right. So now let's get to the object. Say promote, guide, and provide education, training, and research in architecture and in the arts, science, and technology of architecture and related discipline in the building industry. Okay. So yes.
I was trying to ask you ask the question. There's difference in the institute and the institution. Why?
Oh, okay. All right. Okay. Sorry. So yeah, it's then answer. Answer. You can't answer. All right. Okay. All right. So we talk about architecture. Okay, it's one discipline. Architecture. It has other related discipline, but the core is architecture. The related discipline can be project management, building construction, or construction management, among others. When you go to the engineering field, that is institution of engineering, because there are a number of disciplines. I don't know whether you've heard of MEP. What is MEP? Okay. So mechanical engineers are different from electrical engineers, and they are different from fire engineers, different from plumbing engineers. Okay. They all come under one umbrella called institution of engineering. So because there is more than one discipline, that is why it is institution. Okay. They apart from MEP, they have the civil, they have the structural, among others. All right. Yes.
So can we say that in a situation where architecture is not as generalized as this jurisdiction, if we have landscape architects, interior architects, and other specialized architects, that could be the architectural institution of that particular jurisdiction?
No, I've seen where you want to go.
I know it doesn't happen here, but I'm just trying to.
And it doesn't happen
Anywhere.
anywhere in
All
the
right.
world.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
So you talk about the Royal Institute of British Architects, and it's mainly for architects. You talk about American Institute of Architects, and it's mainly for architects. And then you talk about the Kenya Institute Society of Architects, and that's it. That's what
Thank
it is.
you.
All right. Why you don't want to keep it? You keep it, and then when somebody raises a hand, then you. All right. So the other discipline, the other later discipline is within the building industry. Project management, construction management, manufacture of building materials and components, construction works, production of furniture, landscape installation works, manufacturers representatives, architectural technology, and I think it could. My friend, is your thing not working? Okay, so that is the first objective or the object. Okay, what this first object is trying to tell us is that apart from us designing, there are other areas we can venture into. It is not everybody who is born as or who is talented enough to be a designer. So if you think that you struggle designing, then you can go into other areas. Nothing prevents you. So you use your knowledge from architecture to go into those areas. So for instance, we say in Ghana, the cost of buildings are very, very high. And who can give me just one reason why the cost of our buildings are very high? Just one reason. You may, what's it called? You may relate that to the PP you are doing now. Yeah, you want to say, but you mentioned your name because you were late.
My name is Alan. Alan Wooney.
Alan
Wooney.
Wooney.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
So I think one main reason is the importation of the unnecessary importation of materials and supplies and yeah.
Why is it unnecessary?
Oh well, I mean, if we can get them locally, that is more of a sustainable approach.
Okay.
To building, but
All
we would
right,
rather
okay.
prefer tiles from wherever.
Okay, all right, okay. You see, so basically, what it is trying to tell us is that let us manufacture our material here, and that will start from research. Okay, let us start manufacturing here. And when we do that, the cost of our buildings will be lower than it is now. And it is true, because when you manufacture, you are taking off the even the taxes that they put on at the port, let alone the freight that comes. And you should also understand that once you import, you are rather supporting the economy of somebody's country. And it means that you begin to, or you continue to suffer. So as an architect, you can go into manufacture of building materials. And what you do is just research and begin to, it's a bit challenging, but you can always start. That is, if you think you cannot go, or if you are even in full-time practice, you can still do that. And that will help a lot. You may also want to say, okay, let me go the easiest way. I've seen a material, I would want to be the representative of that material, but that is also still importation. You know, in this way back in 99, I introduced a material to a supplier. The material is called Trespa. And I introduced it to them because they were importers of wall tiles, okay, of tiles, but specifically walls. So they had the mosaic tile. In Ghana, we started with the mosaic tiles, and then along the line came up with the full tiles, among others. When I introduced it to him, there was nothing like Alucobond, and that material is superior to Alucobond. So he got the franchise or the dealership or whatever name is given to it to be the representative here in Ghana. My aim of introducing it to him was not for him in the long run to be important, but to see how best he can understand the base and then begin manufacturing here. He got a contract, and the contract did not come to him. The first contract he got did not come to him direct because he was representing the product here in the country. They referred the architects to that company, and they supply. So they bought it from Europe. The company bought it from Europe, but because he's the rep, they gave him his commission. That material was used on the Kotoka International Airport, the Terminal 2. You know, when you were entering that curvilinear form, that brown material, yeah, it's called Trespa. Okay. And you could get the base here in the country. Then he priced himself out of the market. He tried to sell to this, is it Volta House or Volta Valco, or is it Valco? They have their office building somewhere at the ministry, around the Ministry of Finance area, and they were interested in at the time. DeWega was the guy. Grutter Brown was the architect. They were, and the price the guy gave them was just too much. So that project never took off. And along the line, I gave him a project. That project too never took off, and then they fizzled. And from nowhere, this inferior material, which discolor with time, and that's the Alucobond, came onto the market. But you see, because the base for that material is wood, the base is sawdust. Yes. Okay. And if he had picked it up, and what do we do with sawdust? We just burn it, among other things. So let's, as intellectuals, as architects, we work with these materials. So let's spare a bit of time. For all you know, that may be your calling. Your calling will not be designing the 2-bedroom and the 3-bedroom for clients who will not pay you and will frustrate you and things like that. So let us understand the objects of the institute very well. Yes, sir.
So my question is, how does the institute support us in, if we want to make materials, for instance, if we want to make like compressed wood materials with patents? Do you have anything that will support us with making patents and stuff like that?
Okay. So when we go through, you realize that the institute could support in a way by providing maybe some grant but you as a member, okay, if you fail to pay your subscription, how do they then get money to push into some of these things? Okay. The one aspect that the institute can support you, other than giving you money, will be to help you market. So you introduce whatever you are doing to the institute, and the opportunity will be given to you to do presentation that to members, and what's it called, carry you along. Yeah, but it makes a lot of sense also to support financially along the line. But it means that members should also do their part. They should take interest in the growth of the institute, so that because we all tend to benefit if the cost of materials are very low. What it means is that your fees would definitely be paid if it's a minimum that the institute prescribes. It means that that minimum can be paid by the client. And I'm sure you've done you've done the ACTET and the practice. If you've done it, maybe the professional fees and others came by. If you haven't done it, I'm sure it will definitely come. But the professional fee is the minimum. Yes, sir.
Thank you very much, sir. Please, I want to find out if the institute embarks on researches themselves, like as an institute, aside individual firms and individual architects who are also researchers, trying to look into these new ways of building, new ways of using our local materials. Does the institute also embark on researches in this regard or otherwise?
All right. So when you say institute, who is the institute?
Okay. The professional body, please.
Yeah, all right. And who makes up the institute?
The architects.
The architects,
Yes,
yeah.
please.
So it is the individuals, okay, that makes up the institute. The institute puts its face to it. So if you've done something, you get to the institute and it puts its face to support you to push it around. So it will have its logo on, but it is not done by the institute. It is done by an individual who is a member of the institute to help promote its objective.
Okay, thank you very much, sir.
All right. Do you have anything in your sleeves? Are you doing anything of the sort that you want to make public?
Not at the moment, sir.
When are you going to start?
If it comes up,
the man has warmed up, so can you give it?
Okay.
You finish.
Yes, so I was of the view that in as much as individual architects go into these researches, the institute can have a purposive, how do you call it, vision over a certain period of time that, okay, we have noticed this pattern. Can we commit a certain funding into this kind of research and get people in that area?
I'm sure
to support
you were
it?
not listening.
Yeah.
You were not listening to me. All right. So the man who has warmed up. Yeah, the name again.
Paddy.
Paddy.
Yeah, PADI.
Okay.
I'd wanted to add to what he was saying.
Yeah.
Like we have the, I think, finance department and all. Maybe we could have a R&D, research and development department within the ARC or GIA.
Hey, my friend, you are confused. You are please get this clear. Okay. We have GIA and then we have ARC. They are two different bodies. Okay, one is a regulator and the other is a practitioner. The regulator does not practice because the regulator does not have the membership to practice. The institute has the membership to practice, and the membership of the institute is you and I. All right. Yeah. Say it again. Okay.
Yeah, concerning what my colleagues just mentioned about the R&D, I think in light of what you just said that ARC is the regulator, I think there's already, given that it's a government institution, there's already other government institutions that are into research like the CSR. I mean, it's just a matter of linking the two and making it a proactive cooperation.
All right. Do we have to link the two? I think we'll have to pay more attention to research and development. We have to put our minds to, if we think that we can help or we have to help in the development of our building materials. Yeah, we need to champion that. But like I said, there was nobody who has been labeled as the institute. It is rather the members who form the institute. And anyone can put a proposal forward, send it through the secretariat to the president, and they should take it up. The next object is to hold and recognize examinations like the professional practice examination, the continuous professional development, what is called CPDs, and course of study in architecture in arts, sciences, architectural technology, and related discipline connected diploma. So we liken, you see, I have defined the qualification GIA Pass 1, 2, and 3. Our training right from the university through our professional practice is likened to the structure of the Royal Institute of British Architects, who determined part 1 to be the first degree, part 2 to be the second degree, and part 3 to be the professional practice examination. The 5-year, which Centra is doing, I think was borrowed from some universities in the United States of America. But we still recognize that. And that is why we felt the need for graduates from Centra to do a 3-year probationary period before applying to write the professional exams. Without continuing continuous professional development, I think we will all die if we don't read. You close your book for your books, or close your library for a year, and then get out there. See what will happen to you. That you haven't. Okay. So any question on the CPD and other related? Yes. Mm-hmm. What is the
Please, apart from the part 1, 2, and 3, do you have other parts? Let's say those doing the architecture technology in the university, there's polytechnics. I've forgotten how they call them now. Yes, and even those coming up, do they have a place in the institute?
I should say no. Okay, no, because we're talking about architects. We're not talking about technicians. Okay, we're not talking about interior designers. We are not talking about landscape designers. We are talking about architects. You can venture into interior design. You can venture into landscape, among others. Unless we decide we're going to go the engineering way, okay, where we'll even have, because the engineers, they have those who do the coports as part of them. You know the coports? You don't know the coports? Say it again. Who knows the coports? You know the coport? It's coport. Yes. What is the name? So you see, he has used it before, and most people. You see, so those who make the coport, they are the artisans too, but they are facing some challenges. So the institute is focused on architects, okay? And for me, I think if you yourself, you haven't been able to put yourself together well, why would you want to look elsewhere? Yes. The guy at Kokumpe or the guy at Swami Magazine, you go and read the Engineering Council Act. You go and read it.
Sorry, question. So regards to the CPDs which are done, is there a case where the institute seeks out its members to present, or they find interesting things together to then put forward to the members to see if they can speak on it?
All right. So two things. If you are interested in presenting on anything, you can approach the council through the president. You can write to the president, deliver it at the secretariat, and then but it should be structured. I'm sure along the line we would get there. As we seek to amend the constitution and then the bylaws, it's supposed to be mandatory. CPDs are supposed to be mandatory. We've talked about it, but it's not been instituted because you cannot just sit there without, and when it's mandatory, it means it is structured. So you pick a topic and you say, with this topic, when you attend the CPD, you get this unit or you get this mark, and it is credited. And as part of your renewal of your practice membership, you have to make sure that you meet those requirements. It's not just paying the subscription. Yes. So I'm hoping that very soon we'll get there. And then C, provide a central organization for qualified architects by means of which strict standards of professional etiquette, practice, and a high standard of professional qualification and competence must be created, maintained, and improved. So you see, the institute will have to make sure that once you are out there, you are representing the institute. Okay, so what you say you are, you should prove to the world that, yeah, you stand for this highest, what's it called, conduct. That you are not a yes man. You cannot just be bought by a contractor and overlook your professional duties. And you know how you can easily be bought by a contractor? Can you tell us?
Probably when it gets to the part of tendering for contractors, the contractor you can have a connection with the contractor, tell him the price, and then he finds a way to maybe reduce his price so that he gets the contract so that both of you can get your cut. Something like that.
All right. So being induced. Okay, no, you keep it. Being induced can easily corrupt your judgment. Okay, so you have to stand by what is right, what is prescribed to be right. And then also compile and publish books, journals, pamphlets, information, and forms, and provide services which are likely to be of interest or utility. So, and this is done through the members. Okay, so if you've written a book, for instance, you can come to the institute. You know what? I'm doing this. Can you maybe endorse it for me? Can you support in any way to push it for me among others? Supposed to turn out pamphlets, information on maybe what's it called? It could be on any building material. It could be on technology that is evolving in the profession. It could be on anything that is related to the profession, and also of interest to the advancement of architecture in the country. Yes.
Please, with that publishing and stuff, do you have a special body, maybe even within the institute, who go through before you can
All right.
publish?
So I think the council has set up an editorial committee, so they would support with that. And you would want, yes.
I'd like to see clarification. You used council, you've used it about 2 or 3 times. I wanted to know, are you referring to ARC or are you referring to the Ghana Institute?
We are talking about Ghana Institute of Architects, and Ghana Institute of Architects has a body who directs the affairs of the institute, and that is called council. So we have the GIA Council, which is headed by the president of the institute. So please don't be confused. We are talking Ghana Institute of Architects. We are not talking Architects Registration Council of Ghana. Yeah. Yes.
Previous one regarding the publishing of books, journals, pamphlets, etc. I know RIBA has a physical library. Does GIA have anything like that?
Yes, GIA has a library, which I should say should be under renovation. It used to be behind this wall. There was one room over there that was set up years ago as the library, had books, among other things over there. But over time, some of those things were taken away and yet to be restored.
Then please, when it's restored, is access to it going to be limited solely to members And even with members, is it going to be members in good standing or is it public?
You see, why would you want to share something when you don't belong? Mm. You know, have you been to 66 Portland Place? You haven't been to 66. When you were talking, I thought you've been there. Okay, so 66 Portland Place is the office for RIBA. And in that building, there was a library. And you can go as a visitor, but you are restricted to wherever you want to go. So you can't, if you are not in good standing, it means you're a visitor. And visitors are always, you see, you go to certain organizations and they give you a tag and they've labeled it visitor. And there are certain places you cannot access. Anyway, in some cases, if you have to go through the electronic gate, you cannot use that visitors thing to access. The security guy would have to. It means that if you don't pay your subscription and you are in bad standing, you cannot access any benefits. Exactly. I'm sure you would want to be in bad standing when
That's not my intention.
you want to be a good citizen.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right.
So help me God.
All right. So can we go on? All right. So D. No, we've passed here. My friend. Your thing is not working again, no? Oh, okay. Okay, so ye promote an understanding of the art, science, and technology of architecture by the science of architecture and the public. Provide and maintain a library and museum. And then encourage and assist professionals and occupations which are auxiliary, kinder or complementary to architectural profession. So we can encourage or assist the interior designers, the landscape designers, the draftsmen, can even encourage them to do the right thing. And when they do the right thing, it also helps us. So you encourage them to do that right thing by making sure that they sit where they have to sit, but they don't jump into the queue that you are in. You see, so when you look at the LI 1630, which has been repealed with a different LI, it's 24 something. That's a building regulation. The 1630 had limited the draftsmen to 120 square meters. That is what they can do within the urban centers. And there was a reason for doing that. Okay, because their capacity, and I'm talking about intellectual capacity, does not match with your intellectual capacity. They've not gone through the academic training that you've gone through. Okay. So when you limit them and they become good at what they are supposed to do, then we'll have a beautiful built environment that we can all be proud of. But if we do not, then we see, and then you walk around and you say, oh, look at what the architects are doing. Because they think that every building is done by us. And then provide and maintain a library and a museum. So you've seen your library. Okay. On paper. Okay. So I should point to you. And then to further good relations and cooperations between the institute and similar organizations within and outside Ghana. So let me say that the institute on the international or outside the shores of Ghana is also a member of related organizations. In Africa, we are a member of the African Association of Architects, and then African Union of Architects. And then within the Commonwealth, we are a member of Commonwealth Association of Architects. And these are institutes within the Commonwealth region, the 50 plus Commonwealth countries. And then the world over, we are a member of what is called International Union of Architects, that is UIA. And it makes a lot of sense for the institute to be active in those organizations. So together, we champion the cause of architecture the world over. We learn, members also learn from them. So if you want to design in Dubai, like you want to, then you understand some of these things. And then promote, maintain, and safeguard the welfare and status of architects. So your welfare is key to the institute. And but without you, there will be no institute. Without the members, there will be no institute. And once we say we want to be members, not just write, get your stamp, and then run away. You want to say something? Okay. With the welfare. Okay, so how I wouldn't talk about funerals that they go to. Okay, but anything that will promote your being in terms of your development, professional development, and then anything that will also promote your social outlook. And that is why they go for the funerals, to make sure that your social status is recognized. But welfare in general. So we've been talking about insurance that will help members when they contribute into it, like group insurance, will then become cheaper for members to pay, other than they paying insurance individually. Talking about or discussing and looking at professional indemnity insurance, that is group, that also becomes cheaper other than you going individually, and things like that. Yes. Okay, so it's something we've been trying to get some insurance companies to look at it as a group. And then compile and maintain and publish a register of persons, groups of persons, or corporate entities qualified to practice architecture in Ghana. You see, you qualify to practice architecture in Ghana by first belonging to the institute, and that is the law, which hasn't changed, and it stands like that. And for public safety, countries have made sure that there was only one body which calls itself the Institute of Architects. Countries the world over, you can check and see. Okay, countries, and the priority is public safety. so that you don't build, you don't design, build for it to collapse and kill people. Like this fire that is going on our market, for instance, it's an indictment, okay, on the whole nation. Okay, it means we are not doing something right. And this is where we have to wake up and have a change of mindset and prioritize architecture. And when you prioritize it, it means that only those who are qualified are practicing. So if you've registered a company in your pocket and you are not qualified, it will remain in your pocket. Mm-hmm. Then promulgate conditions of engagement and scale of professional charges for use by members of the institute. And let me say that the promulgation of this scale of fees is seen as the minimum. It is there was a committee to take a second look at it and then discuss for its amendment. But whatever is established is supposed to be the minimum. That because a lot of things are being factored into it. It is not just something to take you home. No. It is, and this is one of the welfare thing that, my friend, the welfare thing. This is that. So if you're able to charge well, you don't have headaches, would you? And then to do any other lawful thing which is incidental to or conducive to the attainment of the said objects. You see, so you see the objectives of the objects of the institute a lot. It is not limited to just being glued to those days. It was our drawing board, but now it is the computer. All right. So as an institute, it has powers, and its power is the common seal that it holds, like individual or like architects, either architectural firms or individual architects also have a seal, and that's a stamp that they receive from the institute when they qualified. By the same way, the institute has a common seal, and it says that the institute shall have a common seal which shall be kept by the secretary or the honorary secretary. So it's kept by one person or by some other officers as the council, and I'm talking about the GIA council, may from time to time determine and shall not be affixed to any document except by the order of the council and in the presence of two members of the council who shall sign any such document or instrument independently of the signature of any person who may have signed the document or instrument as witnesses. So you see, when you pass your professional exams and you get your certificate, you see the institute seal on it. Okay, so that seal should not be left to be used anyhow. The same way when you get your stamp, you don't put it there for the draftsman to use it in your name. Then membership. We say no person shall practice in Ghana as an architect unless he is properly registered by the institute to practice as such. You see, your registration to become an architect or your license to become an architect starts with the institute and ends at ARC when they put you on the register of architects. So the government will know that these are those qualified to practice architecture. The government cannot determine the path that you have to go through to practice. It's the professional body that determines the path for you. And the professional body has prescribed the professional practice examination as the path through which you can be an architect. So once you pass the professional exams, and you have to pass all the stages. And I'm glad to say that you are here because you've cleared the first hurdle. Okay, so they are left with how many hurdles? 2 hurdles, yes. So they're written, and then the final examination, and the final interview. And I would want to believe that would want all of you to pass. So put in the effort. Don't walk in at almost 11 a.m. My lady friend, what's the name? What? Lita. Where are you coming from? Say it again. What? Just here. Oh, you had a procedure. Your face looked different on the thing. Okay, all right, okay. All right. So do you have any questions for us? Okay. All right. So membership of the institute shall be open to all qualified actors practicing in Ghana as individual or within unincorporated groups and corporate bodies. So you are an architect, individual architect, membership is open to you. You can come together as unincorporated group. Membership is open to you once you qualified, or a corporate body, which is a firm registered under the laws of Ghana. Okay, so when we come to membership, we say there are 2, yes. Who has the mic?
Little clarification. I understand individual, I understand corporated group as a firm. But what is an unincorporated group?
Unincorporated. Okay, so for instance, who are your friends here? Okukwa is your friend, and then who else? Are you sure it's not everybody who is your friend? All right, so let's say 2 or more of you come together to do project. You haven't registered that union. Okay, I'm not talking about marriage. Okay, but you haven't registered that that group or that entity. But because you are individually qualified to practice, you can still come together and do that. And you are practicing based on your the fact that you are qualified and you have that stamp too. So on the drawing, if all of you want to be recognized, you can all sign on that. So if there are 10 of you, you all have your stamp on it, and then you all sign. Conversely, you can elect one of you to lead and then stamp, but you all have your names on the drawing.
So in that case, do they get a special certificate for that?
They get. You are unincorporated, so if you are unincorporated, why do you want a special?
Because you have it as part of the membership. That's why.
No, they don't. They don't. What it's telling you is that you can come together to work, but you haven't registered that. That is why it is unincorporated. All right. So, any other question? All right. So we have categories of membership. we have two categories. We have the corporate and the non-corporate. Okay. So the corporate members are fellows, associates for now, and then firms. We'll talk about the fellows later down there, who can be fellows and what have you. And the associate are those who have passed the professional exams and the title has been conferred on them. And that's why I told you that we are trying to change it. Some of us think it should be chartered architects. It is yet to be discussed and whatever. Then you have the fellows and then the firms. So they form the corporate, they are in the corporate category. So they can practice. Okay. Then the other group is the non-corporate, or the other category is the non-corporate. And when I say they can practice without supervision, with or without supervision. Okay. So for instance, you are qualified. Let's say you get your stamp today. You can practice without being supervised if you want to. Okay. Already you've been doing it illegally. So if you would want to. And more often that, there was always that excitement to get the stamp. So during our time, our stamps were big, like the size of this phone. Yeah. And then there was an ink pad. You put it and then you stamp. And we're doing PPs. Okay. So knowing that, you've passed, your stamp is going to come very soon. Wait, don't sign those drawings because you want your clients to know that, you are qualified and you are charging them. So you put, as soon as you get a stamp, then you begin to stamp. Anyway, so we have the honorary fellows and then the honorary associate. We'll talk about them. Then we have the probationers, and then we have the students, and then we have the retired members. So let me pick it from the retired members. You can choose to retire at any time if you think that you can no longer practice. And it could be on health grounds. And I met last November, met an architect here. He's in his 80s. And this is an architect. I've been on committees with him over the past decade. And interestingly, when we spoke, he couldn't recognize me. And then the sad news that I got about 2 weeks ago is that now he cannot remember anything. He cannot remember anything now. So such a person has to be retired. Mm-hmm. And once you are retired, it means you are not functioning. It means your stamp would have to be taken from you. Okay, so architects retire if you are in the best frame of. Norman Foster is still working. He's over 80. He's not 90 yet, but he's still working. So far as you can, your brain functions, you can continue to work until you're sick, your sick bed. But as soon as you retire, please be generous enough to communicate to the institute that, listen, I'm no longer also practicing, I've retired, for them to do the needful. Otherwise, remember, I talked about public safety. Okay. So, qualification of members. And this one, we picked it from the fellows. You say, fellows shall be elected from the associate or chartered architects class. For now, yes.
I thought you were taking us through them. Then if not, then
Oh, you want me to explain who? Okay, all right, okay. Okay, all right, okay, all right, okay. All right, sorry about that. All right. So we can give honorary membership to anybody who is not an architect but has contributed to the advancement of the science and arts or arts and science of architecture. Typical example, when I was president, we honored two of the lecturers at KNUST who are not architects, but they are lecturers at the Department of Architecture. And we felt that they've contributed tremendously towards architecture education. So we gave them honorary, they are honorary associate, not honorary fellows. We can elevate somebody from honorary associate to honorary fellows when we know that they've contributed more than what they did before they got the honorary. It doesn't mean that the person just have to be in academia. The person can be anywhere that have contributed, you think. I know years ago, Osafo Mafo was elevated or elected, not elevated, but elected an honorary fellow, an honorary associate of the institute. So you can look outside the architecture fraternity, and that is council's decision to say it again. Okay, so they don't pay subscription because they are not members that benefit directly from the activities of the institute. We and then you ask whether students pay subscription. Yeah, students were instituted, and I think it makes sense. I benefited from the RIBA when I was in second year at KNUST. I benefited throughout my student life because I registered as a student. I paid subscription. It was reduced yearly. But here, what we've instituted for students is that they pay a one-time registration as students of architecture to the institute. I think we asked them to pay 100 cedis or so, and that is throughout your study at the university. That is so. If you paid when you were in first year, it means it goes through to your finish, and you tend to benefit from any things that have been prescribed for students to benefit from. Yeah. And probationers are you and I.
Sitting online and thanking God.
Yeah, but who else? Yeah, what's the name again? Lita, yeah, so Lita, tell us what all you do. Only that. You won't throw a party. Why? So you'd throw a party where so that we pen the venue where Independence Square or yeah. So who attended? I understand there was a party on Saturday. Who attended? Yeah. Which of you got an invite? None of you got an invite. Wow. Please make sure you get closer to them. Mhm. All right. Okay. So are we clear now? Okay. So fellows shall be elected from the associate or chartered architect class and shall have practiced architecture for a minimum of 15 years, at least 5 of which must have been in Ghana, and whose standard of work and contribution to architecture is considered by the council worthy of commendation. So we watch, and when you are elevated, we don't take money from you to give you that elevation. There are so many awards going on in the country that they ask you to pay for the table, and I've turned down a number of them. One was supposed to be last Friday at the Labadi Beach Hotel. But yeah, so when you are elected as a fellow, you have huge responsibility on you. You are seen as a senior person of the institute, and you must walk the talk by making sure that you maintain the standards. It is either applied for or it is conferred on you. So I think last November we elected a few into the fellowship, the fellow categories. Yes. You have what?
No, I don't have. So let's say someone gets sick, and then the person thought he's not going to recover, so like dementia or something. So like let's say after 5 years he retired and gave back the stamp and all that, and then after like 5 years or so he's fit now, like a miracle. So does he have to come and rewrite, or he wants to stamp back? How does he get it back?
He wants to stamp.
He wants to stamp
His
back.
stamp. Okay.
Yeah.
So you would you apply with evidence that you are now fit to practice, and you'll be given your stamp. And it's not only the stamp, the certificate too will be taken from you. And it's only why it doesn't belong to you. It's for you to practice. Similar to your degree from the academic institution. It is awarded, you don't earn it. Or you didn't know that? You didn't know that? Okay. When they say they are coming for it, then you tell them you. Yes, sir.
So please, I know that somewhere in the Constitution that has been published, it's supposed to be a minimum of 10 years. I don't know if it has been amended to 15 years now, but
somewhere in which Constitution?
I have a copy of the Constitution.
Okay, all right, okay. For what I have, it is 15 years.
15 years.
All right.
Please, I need a quick clarification on. I heard or I learned when a registered member is deceased, the stamp can be used by the firm for a couple of years. Is that the case? And if that's the case, is it the same case for somebody who has?
Yes. Yeah, well. Oh. My phone available. My phone available.
That's more than one controlling the affairs of the field. Then you Yes, see, one is there are something called real estate. You pass the exams, so you have that. And it's only one that yourself. And that's the right to practice in for you when you talk about this. Again, you not practice, no it's what when it's something there, like this, the number of years of practice. Well, how if there is a budget, like let's say living in a very house with a very crowd, there's some sort of people years of experience. I think so about sharing things. And then that's for one to have done, we all enter into the same time. The struggle here, I think, a lot of them privately have that they have that. It makes transferring of different runs from one place to another quite there's something like that. And
Thanks, sir. Junior. Don't worry, I'm sure it.
And then you get to you can't stay at an architect forever. You become a senior architect after a certain level. Yes. The senior architect you graduate and from an architect, you can move to a junior consultant or from the architect because you still learn. You may not come to that category of junior, but you will have to get to senior or so when you look at it, the class category without the senior. I can't see someone starts a new we get that same okay, someone who that you who just set up a firm does not have that 20 years experience, so you cannot be either a director or principal consultant on that project. Okay, and these are things we have to be mindful of and make sure that it is addressed. So the point that when 2 years ago, before I became an architect in May 1999. And prior to that, you have to, I think, practice for 20 years before you can set up a firm. And as soon as
Hey, look at your face. So as soon as ARC came into being, operation, the then registrar said they reviewed, and now you have to practice for 10 years or so, after which you can set up a firm. But it does not take away the fact that when there was procurement and you're asking for 20 years, it means your firm, the principal even does not qualify. So there will be, based on that, there should be categories of firms. So you talk about firms whose principals have this number of years of experience, and it goes like that. Because the primary needs the safety of the public, and see, our work is, or our profession is said that you gain more experience the more you practice. Okay, I'm sure what you designed yesterday, if that same thing is given to you today, you will look at it differently. I understand that, but my concern is, and the cases that I mentioned, this third-party entities providing those requirements. So PPA is saying they need 20 years, so it sort of criminalizes it. But internally, don't you think it becomes necessary we have that? Yes, it makes a lot of sense. You have that structure, and that structure should cut across. So other plans, travelers, just to cut the travelers, we are experts, and all of them, we don't know explicitly that probably after 5-6 years, the person should be at this level. But we'll have people. Okay, you see, no, firms should put in those structures. Okay, internally, they should put the institute.
The track is a excavator, is a backhoe down at the warehouse.
And the firms will then particular.
So I'm coming.
So the institute can say, okay, you have an architect first or year zero. The firm will say, okay, well, I want to be within that range because I want to promote them faster than things. So you work after 3 years, you are this. After that, you are that. And even going or looking at it differently, and your contribution to the firm will also help with your promotion. Okay, so if you can be there for 5 years or so, and then you've not done anything to even build yourself up, you want to be promoted for. But then the how I'm looking at as long as the firm, those are internality. You will then you not develop yourself. The person at the receiving end of is a person who is going to be right. So as I mean, what you are don't you think it becomes important to have those regulatory measures? Beyond who being an architect after this number of years, you have also to keep the and also nothing to do after. If you participated in this program, this development, you can apply for maybe the rank of the senior, not the associate, with the institute. Okay, that's when the institute, listen, the institute will now elevating you from the associate or chartered membership to a fellow. Okay, that is all the institute can do. The institute cannot say you are a senior architect because it doesn't deal with you day to day. It is rather your firm, Okay, so to be a senior, you are working for a firm, and it's a firm, and the firm is a member of. I think what you should ask is, have the institute put that structure in place? Where he says that when you work in the firm for the first 5 years, I would say no, it hasn't done that, but it is being done by certain extent. I know there are other firms that will be there, and you are yes, you to grow, it makes sense to put in those. I mean, the senior anyway, and the senior should come from their contribution. It may not be monetary, but intellectual contribution to the growth of the firm. And when I say you are not contributing anything, it means that you are not contributing intellectually to the development of the firm. Remember that even within the firm, you are a body of knowledge, and that body of knowledge should not sit with only one person. It should not sit with only the principal. Okay. So it says elect president. The Council of the Ghana Institute of Architects shall be mandated to form the Fellowship Award Committee within 3 months of coming to office. The committee will last for the duration of the council. So we form a committee office as a council, and then look around those look at those who they think are contributed, either applied or elected as fellows. Until what we did in November, the last fellows was done in 2018, which wasn't the best. Every fellow shall be entitled to use after his or her name the initials NAIC. So the HNI will then, you put it in the dustbin, and then we take the HNI. And then the next class is the associate. And the associate shall be a person who have either passed the qualifying examination of the course prescribed or approved by the council and have completed practical training of self-prescription and of self-treatment as the council may prescribe. So here we prescribe that you can only write the exams for KNUSC after you've done the 2-year, or from Central after you've done the 3-year probationary. And once you qualify, then you are entitled to or you are elected. You see, that's why you are not enemies. You are elected into membership. And that is one reason why it can also be taken away from you. Like the way we didn't vote for Akufo-Addo. Okay. Or have passed the qualifying examination of English Society or Institute of Architects by whatever name called, approved by the council as being the equivalent status to Ghana Institute of Architects, and who have passed or been exempted from the professional practice examination after the prescribed period of practical training. So in this case, we have, I told you about our situation with the international community. We have the African Union of Architects, the Commonwealth Association of Architects, and the International Union of Architects. So what we have any institute as equivalent to 10 you can be admitted or elected into membership of the institute. Some of them do not go through the procedure you are going through. Others to go through the procedure you are going through. So let's say someone completes in the US, invests in the US or the UK, and is not a member of the institute. When the person comes here, the person will have to be in the queue like you are in the queue, although that person has foreign qualifications because that person is not a member of the institute in that country, the person will have to be. However, if the person is a member of the institute in that country, then we prescribe something different for that person. So we consider what we call limited professional practice examination. People like DBJ benefited from that limited examination, what we call professional practice examination, including this guy, what do you mean? Hussein Fakri, you benefited from this limited examination. So that is for the limited examination, what we do, there are some candidates that we take them to written examination, but the topics are limited. How many topics are you supposed to do? About 10 or more? Yes. Okay, so they are limited to the law side of planning or the UPA, among others. Others also go through interviews, but they apply with all their qualifications, and then so we review on individual basis. We take case by case. We don't learn all together. Yes. Come on.
Also come and have that
All right, okay. So
and also the friend, when do they start to award them? Is it the general council or the Sterilized Council?
What is general council? And we said, but let's say what you understand.
When did they award them?
When they elected that. So let's take it from the head. So the fellows are conferred and then or they are elected during the last day of the annual general meeting. And the annual general meeting, the last day of the annual general meeting, always a dinner. So that is one. Yeah. So back to your question, where somebody has gone through everything, let's say in the US, and has come down. What you have to understand is that the person is not familiar with our practices yet. So the person will have to go through unless the person is qualified and practicing over there, then that is where the limited examination come in. And that is, if it is written, then it's on specific topics, which is pertinent to our laws, or the person is interviewed. If you want to start, you know, we're going to see the rules, and don't think that it's not to you want to do that. We have this for. And we want to ask your colleagues who do this outside and we want to have to consider the for them to no, they are not architects. So the some issue so if you see they are practicing and they tell them the other one of us is here. So no person shall be registered as an associate unless he or she has attained the age of 21 and or has become a resident in Ghana. So if you are 18 years old, know that we don't want you here. Every associate shall be entitled to use after his or her name the initials AGIA, that's Associate of Ghana Institute of Architects, and shall be provided with a stamp. And every associate. And okay, so if we change it to chartered architects, so we'll say that every chartered architect shall be entitled to use after his name or her name GIA. GIA. You know, just a minute. When I was a student, I think I came here, and I wanted to do an internship in the office. And then the architect, I saw after his name, and it's written MGIA. MGIA. What you see there now in the children. MGIA. MGIA. Then it was when I started preparing for the professional exams. Then I realized that he was qualified but was in bad standing. He was not in good standing, so he couldn't use AGIA after. You see, he was trying to obey the law, but also to be a bit smart. So it is only for now, it's only AGIA. So those of you who have put after their name, for people, what do you have on? What? Project on a project actor, but the media. This one, I should call, and I should call the law and process of you. But I understand some have written PGIA. Some have written but please, it is illegal. So all the cards that you've distributed, go for all of them. Yeah, if your name has been changed, and usually we change your name. So if he has changed your name, would you want to change your name? No, I'm just I would want to change your name. So you see, if he changes your name, then you come with all the documentation and say, from today, what's your last name? From today, I'm not called Osabi. Okay, I'm not called Osabi, I'm called Isando. So with that, the records will be changed to reflect your new name, but your number will be the same. You know that some come with a number, and that number is unique, and it is unique to you alone. When you are even dead and gone, that number is still with you in your group. Okay, so you see, and this part of the thinking for the review of the constitution. But to recall by CPD completion of a number of points in order to change the market in good standard. Okay. That is not example that we have to be thinking aloud on that, but never activating on that. Yes. Right. Hey, those online, are you part of us? And won't you show your faces and access? Is there ever a time where level of detail maybe after 15 because we have to so I feel that so far as you are practicing, you have to be up to date. Okay. So I completed the university without being complete with the work. My first computer was in October 1999. And I'm probably myself with it.
One day CPD that will take care of that. It's a lifelong practice. So it's you restructuring your workflow, and that's like practice or office oriented. CPDs, at least those that have experience, are more like a day or a couple of days event, after which you get like a credit.
But you know, it says continuous or continuing. So it is not just a one day. Yeah, you count for that thing for a day. But afterwards, like the way you do research after your lecture on a particular subject, the same way you learn throughout your life. So the profession or the path we've chosen, please don't limit yourself. Don't think that, oh, I've already learned this, and you have to remember almost everything. All right. Okay. Then firms, we say firms shall be corporate bodies duly registered with the institute and subject to the regulation and bylaws in paragraph 1.02 and 2.03 of the regulations and the bylaws. When we go there, you will do, but I'll never ask you to quote any, what's it called, any paragraph or article 1 point something. I would rather want you to tell me something that is practical. So you are going to apply what we are learning here. Okay. Then honorary fellow, we say the Council of the Ghana Institute of Architects may elect from time to time as honorary fellows persons eminent in the public life of this country or elsewhere, not professionally engaged in the practice of architecture, who have shown exceptional interest in matters relating to architecture and planning. So can pick from anywhere, provided we think, or the council think at the time that that individual has played a key role in the practice of architecture. And then the number of honorary fellows shall not at any one time exceed 5% of the corporate members of this class. Every honorary fellow, every honor shall be entitled to use after his name. It's supposed to be HFGIA, not FGIA. It's HFGIA. My friend, I'm pointing it to you. Yes. Yeah. Yes, I think that should be the fellow, but not honorary fellow. You see, so when we look at the membership of the institute, at any point in time, the fellows elected should not be more than 5% of the total membership of, let's say, practicing architects. So if we are 1,000, we expect that 5% will be about 20. So you don't expect that you go beyond that 20. Why you want to be a fellow sooner? Yeah, so work your way up. They wouldn't die before. You think the 20% is too low? The 5% is too low. Okay. All right. Yeah. So we are reviewing the Constitution. So you what's it called? You can submit that you think, and then you justify why you think it is. So then we come to honorary associate, and the same thing applies. And then we go to the probationers. I will encourage you not to remain at this level for a long time. Okay. What it means is that please pass the exams just once and for all. Don't come and write and write. Okay, the one somebody wrote 8 times. And you see, we are not interested in failing anyone. You will fail because you are failing yourself. You see, and if you happen to be part of the marking, when we are marking, we invite the best candidate from the previous year to come and sit in with us. We don't mark in our bedrooms, we converge, okay, at a place. And then we do that marathon marking from Friday through to Monday. We are done. And it is marathon because we only break to breathe and continue. Okay. No, it's so the marking can be so stressful because as soon as you are done, we go and mark. Previously, like we'll wait for a week and go by. Even that, because you are marking over how many 60 students and how many what's it called? Is it two papers and 8 questions? It's something else. And when you are writing, to write that we can read and just go straight to that point. Don't beat about the bush. So please, it is a transition period, okay? Let it be within the stipulated university with the aim of becoming architects and have raised a standard which the council may from time to time determine. And you see, the fact that you've completed the university and you've, over that period of, let's say, minimum of 2 years and 3 years, does not mean that you apply and then you are qualified to write the exams. And that is why we have put in all those quality control, quality assurance mechanism to make sure that once you pass a stage, then you are almost there. Okay. Then any questions? Yeah. Mhm.
Start again. God forbid.
Mhm.
Case a student fails one paper.
Mhm.
Does it mean he has to start all over again by the 2 papers?
Yes, I think that's the policy now.
God forbid.
So make sure you are passing. You see, the pass mark is 60%. Okay. So you are here because you got 12 out of 20 at the interview. Okay. If you got 11.5, you wouldn't be here. So don't think that, oh, I'm aiming at 59.5 or so. No, you need to get 60 and above. So there was no question about moderating or somebody coming to beg for you. And no one, I don't see your face. I don't know your name because your name are not on the script. I don't know your number because I have other things to think about. Okay. So just please pass and let's all be free. Okay. So retired members may be either fellows or associates who have retired from practice of architecture, or a retired member, a retired member shall be entitled to use after his or her name the initials FGIA into brackets retired, like the way you go to the army, you are a colonel, you're retired, and then you have RTD, you are retired. You're still entitled to use a title, but make sure that in order not to deceive the public, well, there was a question online. Okay, so can you put the face, or because of this, you can put the face? Okay, the person should mention the name and talk. Is he a he or a she? Yeah, so Mr., we are waiting for you.
Yeah, so I want to ask a question concerning the exams.
Yeah.
Hello?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, yes, yes. You answered a question earlier on. My name is Bright.
Yeah, Bright.
You answered a question earlier on concerning the exams. It looks like things are not clear to some of us as to what is taking what. You said 60% is the pass mark, and the interview is over 20. And then we also know the what's the name? The case study is also over 10. So does it mean the exam is over 70?
Okay, so years back, we're not adding the case study to it. But from this, the case study is being added to it. So everything is 100%, but the pass mark is 60%. So if you want to play it safe, then you would want to say, I would want to get 60% for each stage.
Okay.
Is that clear?
That's clear.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome. What time? Hey, you want to go and eat? Okay, we can go and eat. When we come, we'll continue. It means we'll run through. Are you hungry? You want to stretch? Well, you can stretch and then come back 30 minutes time. All right, thank you. All right, okay. So welcome back from your lunch. I hope it was good one. All right. Okay, so can we move on? And I think we may have to. Right. So the next is the diploma or certificate of membership. And it says every fellow and every associate shall, upon registration, to be entitled to obtain a diploma of membership subject to such conditions and on payment of the subscription or whatever. So when having passed the professional practice examination, you will be issued with a certificate or a diploma of membership, which will have your name, your registration number, the common seal, and the signatures of the president and the honorary secretary on it. So once the names are published that you've passed, I think you'll be issued with the necessary invoices for you to be paid, for you to pay, and as part of whatever you receive will be the diploma of membership. And the next is that the right and privileges of a member of this institute shall be personal to themselves and shall not be transferable or transmissible by his own or her own act or by operation of law. That is why when you die, you cease to be a member, and that your brother, your sister, your husband, your wife, your grandmother, or any relation or anyone at all cannot use your credentials to practice. And then disqualification. So now we've talked about qualification, what you need to have before you can become an architect. Now we are on disqualification. So no person shall be registered as an architect onto the corporate register unless he or she become a resident here in the country. So you are foreign, you cannot be an architect unless you have a resident permit. which permits you to work. And then attain the age of 21 years and pay the prescribed fees or subscription. Or if he or she has been one to be disqualified, one, you've been adjourned by a court of competent jurisdiction to be of unsound mind. So if you are unsound, and it can just have to be determined by a court, or convicted by a court of competent jurisdiction, whether in Ghana or elsewhere, of any offense involving fraud or dishonesty. If you have any criminal record, you can be, and it doesn't matter if it even happened on the moon, you can be an actor in Ghana. And then if having been adjourned, an insolvent or bankrupt has not been granted by a court of competent jurisdiction a certificate to the effect that his insolvency or bankruptcy has arisen wholly or partly from unavoidable losses or misfortune. So if you file for bankruptcy, for instance, you cannot be. I say notwithstanding anything in this article, a non-resident being otherwise qualified and who requires temporary registration for the purpose of executing a specific project may apply to the Council of the Ghana Institute of Architects for such registration. So you are practicing in a foreign country and you have a project here, and here we are talking about specific projects. So you have one project here, you can apply to be put on the temporary register for the purpose of executing that project. But terms and conditions apply here. So it's not just you walk and does it. We encourage joint ventureship with a local practicing firm. And the terms and conditions are clear in that. Say no firm shall be registered as an architectural firm if one, it is limited liability company. This is what we have in our laws, and it has not been changed. Although the law has been flouted, I want to say that during the amendment, this will be changed. So that in our law, it is clear that so that the liability was or the partners, but rather to the entity. In the case of group practice, the majority of partners or directors are not members of Ghana Institute of Architects. So if it is a group practice, what the Constitution says is that a majority of those that have formed that group practice should be members of Ghana Institute of Architects, or none of 8 partners is a Ghanaian. You cannot run an architectural firm here if none of the partners, as a foreigner, if none of the partners is a Ghanaian. Like the way Donald Trump says people should leave his country, which we should say we wouldn't allow foreigners to come and practice if they do not have us as part of them. No person whose name is not for the time being entered in the register of architects may take or use the title architect. So it's a legal title, and if your name is not in the register, you don't go about writing project architect and things like that on your because the law can always catch up on you. So those of you who have written to advise yourself before the law gets you. Maybe if I know, then I'll come after you direct. Notwithstanding anything in subparagraph 6.03b and 6.03, a group practice of which a member of Ghana Institute is a partner or a director may apply for the right to use the term architecture, or architectural in combination with the terms applicable to the other allied discipline, as may from time to time be defined by the council, provided that nothing in the use of the term implies that a practice is primarily an architectural practice. So you can come with up with a group of like multidisciplinary firm. With a multidisciplinary firm, you have to make sure, and that's what this one is saying, that it's registered with the institute and use the term architect. What the group practice, you will not have majority of them being architects. Okay, you know, previously we said that majority should be architects, and it's talking about only architectural practice. But when you look at multidisciplinary practice, you have the others from the other discipline. So you have to make sure that when you are practicing as a multidisciplinary firm, all the others also comply with their various bodies, their various professional bodies. It's not only the architect. So you can have one architect as part of a team of other professionals. You can use the word architecture, architect, or whatever, but you must make sure that you are qualified to use that. Yes, sir.
Please, thank you. Please.
When you are done, you'll give it to me.
Okay, so if you are qualified, an architect with other disciplines, engineers, is it right for you to, with the name, is it right for you to change the name? Instead of architect, like this British style, you spell it like the German, architect, that's the GIA.
Okay, so you see, name can be anything. Yes, name can be anything. Is the object. What are you doing with it? What's your name again? So Christophord, you can say Christophord Limited. Okay, Christophord Limited stands for anything. But as soon as you bring under it, say architect, Christophord is not, architect is not part of the registration that you did, but it is part of the object, part of the things that you do. So you have Christophord. It may not be, your registration will not be Christophord Architects, but Christophord. And then under it, you have architects, maybe this other discipline, that other discipline, that. Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. The name can be, and it doesn't matter, provided, and if that's what you want to register instead of Christophord. If let's say which you can you can write it anyhow you want. Okay, provided your object is clear.
Sir. So for a group practice of that nature, are they required to be in the book of more than one professional body? So for example, you have engineers, architects, planners. Are they going to be registered with the Ghana Institute of Architects, with the Institute of Engineers, and with the Institute of Planners?
Yes, that's what I said, that you have to make sure that they qualify.
Not the individuals, but in firm registration.
Yes. So you see, it's the individual that is coming on board first. So that individual must qualify before it is registered over there. Because what you have to understand is that it's the firm that is practicing, okay, under those individuals. So it's the firm's name that is put out there. So if they are doing this, that professional body must know that they are doing it. All right. Any other? All right. Then we come to the officers of the institute. So we have the president, we have the vice president, we have the honorary secretary, we have the honorary treasurer, we have the immediate past president, and then we have 5 members of the institute who may either be fellows or associate, and then a representative from the schools of architecture. And we're supposed to have chapters, but for now we have the northern chapter, only the northern chapter. So a northern chapter rep should be a member of the council as well. And then the powers and functions of the council. The council shall have its oversight, administrative, and management responsibility of the institute and for policy formulation and strategy. The council shall be responsible for the administration and management of the affairs of the institute and shall be responsible for carrying out the provision of the constitution of the institute and the promotion of its objects. It may from time to time make regulation for or any of the following: 1, management for duties of officers, for appointments of committees, and for administration, investment, expenditure, among others. And then for definition of unprofessional conduct or professional misconduct, and for determining the mode of inquiry into the method of dealing with such conduct and the penalties which may be imposed upon any member found guilty or whatever. And then for the scale of fees to be charged by actors for professional advice, services rendered, and work done, and for fees to be paid for initial or annual registration or renewal, and for prescribing the procedure for to be followed by persons applying for registration, for instructions and orders conducive to the maintenance and improvement of the status of the actors, and generally for the attainment of the objects of the. So these are the powers conferred on the council of the institute. Let me say that we must be very, very careful in our practice. Especially with professional misconduct. You wouldn't want to be at the other side of the law. It can be nasty and it may ruin your profession. So as you practice, make sure that you are diligent in everything that you do. Make sure that you stick to the highest standard. Make sure that you don't misconduct yourself, because if you misconduct yourself, you'll be dealt with appropriately. Any questions? Okay, so the council shall prescribe or approve courses of study for the conduct and standard of qualifying examination. And let me also say that the institute play a key role in architecture education. So make sure that the curriculum being used by the schools of architecture are what the institute think or feel that should be the case.
Sir,
yes.
How often does the council sit in a year?
I think the council sits monthly. Yeah. But the council also works through committees. It delegates powers through committees. And then it says the council may appoint a registrar and such other employees upon such terms and conditions as it may deem necessary. So for some time now, we do not have a registrar. However, we have an administrator. And thinking of even changing the name from registrar to us, we at times say ARCGIA. I'll be, I think it will make sense when you are talking, say, GIA, or when you are talking, say, ARC, because whenever you say GIA, ARC, you then combine and get confused in your mind, which is which, you know. So try to separate it in your mind. And this came about because ARC has a registrar, and then someone was like, oh, then GIA has registered. So does it mean that? But we forget that we also keep a register. Anyway. Then disciplinary committee. The council shall appoint a disciplinary committee consisting of the following members. And these are clear members, 2 members of the council, 1 of whom shall be chairman of the committee, 3 members of the institute who shall be either fellows, or then the committee will elect his guest, whatever. And you have the disciplinary committee, which is a standing committee. So when there was any issue and somebody has to be disciplined, then they act. However, you cannot discipline without investigating. So when an issue comes up, then the council puts together an ad hoc committee, and that is an investigative committee which will investigate and then submit its findings to the disciplinary committee, which is a standing one, and they will then judge, and they will prescribe whatever punishment. The committee may periodically co-opt any person, whether they are members of the institute or not, for the discharge of his duties. And the said co-opted member be entitled to vote on any matter for decision by the, so yes. Yes.
With the firms and then registering the companies with GIA. In a scenario where the person is a registered architect, so it means he's licensed to go in for jobs or present himself as an architect. We have scenarios where a lot of the companies deemed to be providing architectural services may not be registered with a GIA. Current scenario. So the person is registered. The company they've set up is not registered with the GIA. Is it illegal if, let's say, they are tendering, so as he's in the right of someone to tender in his capacity as an architect, but sometimes they may do in the name of the company, which is probably registered with the registrar general. If that company is not registered, it's not recognized, it's not registered with the GIA, is it deemed illegal? What's the complication?
Yes, it is illegal.
It is.
You see, when we talk about membership, we talk about corporate membership and then non-corporate membership. And a firm is a corporate membership. If you are practicing in that name, then you must be on the register of corporate firms. You see, nothing prevents you from practicing using your own name. Okay, I did that in 2003 when there was a big project and I had to collaborate with an engineering firm. Because I didn't have a firm, I used my name to practice. I'd never registered any other company. In my own right, I could practice, okay, using my name. So on the title block, it was my name in collaboration with the engineering firm, okay. And what you have to understand is that corporate bodies do not recognize individuals. They rather recognize organizations. So in case something happened and you are not there, you have others to step in. So if you are qualified to register a firm, register the firm so that it is legal. Okay, don't hide against or behind other things and say, oh yeah, I'm an architect, I wouldn't register my firm, but I will practice. That is illegal, please. Right.
Sorry.
Yes.
Please, I have a question. I know of different assemblies who don't have qualified architects in the assembly vetting drawings. What's the disciplinary committee doing about it?
What the disciplinary committee doing about it? I think they have to go there and tell them what they are doing is wrong and all the permits that they've issued are invalid. Don't you think so? So what we have to do as an institute is to make sure that we are there, is to make sure that we are there for the right thing to be done. And I'm talking about us as individuals or body of knowledge that form the institute to make sure that we work there at the institute. And it is on that I wanted to have the facts on the ground. And that is why during my presidency, I did a town hall meetings in 14 regions to tell the government, yeah, you might have heard that there are no architects, but this is a document showing that there are no architects. And we need, if we want to sanitize the built environment, we need to place architecture first. And by doing that, we have to make sure that we have architects at the assembly who vet their drawings and make sure that the right thing is done at the assembly. It's a process that we've started, this council will make sure they push it through once we give them the report on those what's it called, town hall meetings that we did. Thank you. So if you are prepared to go there, to be honest with you, if we do that, minimum we can get 261 to fill the entire country to start with. Okay, and with that, I mean, doesn't make sense when the whole of Eastern region, there was no architect in any of the region. When Greater Accra, there are only 6 architects in 6 assemblies. And until recently, Kumasi became 2 in October. Other than that, it was only 1 architect. It became 2 because in October, a probationer who was working at Ufori Chrome, passed the professional exams and was inducted. I mean, it's so bad. Anyway. So it's not about the disciplinary committee matter. It's bigger than the disciplinary committee. The disciplinary committee is to look at professional misconduct, okay, so that we can maintain their standards. And let me sound a caution here. There was something that has come and we are practicing it wrongly. What is termed design and build, okay? And many architects are falling into that pit and have to be disciplined because they do the wrong thing. The fact that you are doing design and build does not mean you are buying iron rods, you are buying cement, you are buying whole barrels. You are an architect and you maintain on the project as an architect. The basic or the simple thing is that you are bringing everybody around the table at the same time, okay? So that including the contractor, Okay, so you sign an agreement with the client to do design, and you are leading. Okay, but you are not doing everything. So please be careful with that, so you don't fall into the pit that others are falling into. And money, Akufo-Addo said, "Empedede," but in another breath, money is evil. Okay, so please don't go and follow it and do things that may not augur well for you. So, say penalty, where the disciplinary committee reports to the council that an allegation of professional misconduct has been proved against a member, council may apply any of the following sanctions. One, strike the name of the register or suspend the acted consent from membership of the institute for such period as council may deem, or reprimand the acted or member, or finally impose any other sanctions which it may deem fit, having regard to the circumstance of the case, or seek legal redress. And I would want to say that when you have an issue, run to the institute, let the institute resolve it for you. Don't run to the regulator. Wash your dirty linen inside before you go outside. Okay. It may be worse if you go to the regulator. So try to resolve it within. But as you are practicing, make sure you don't enter into any of those misfortune. Okay, then appeals. Any person aggrieved. So like they've they've sanctioned her. They decide to strike her name off and said, no, I wouldn't allow. Yeah, you are at liberty to appeal for the decision to be reversed. So you can go through an arbitration for a fair hearing. If you think that you are not heard well. Okay, so when your name has been struck off the register, you can be reinstated. Okay, and any person whose name has been struck off the register may have his name or her name restored if the council is satisfied that he or she has become subsequently a fit and proper person to practice the profession of architecture on the settlement of such sanctions which may be decided by. So once you finish serving your term and council think that you are okay to be reinstated, you'll be reinstated to practice again. Then the next is registration and then fee subscription. And like I said, the membership is renewed annually. So you don't just be on the register and you think it's a lifetime thing. Every year, you have to make sure that you are in good standing so that you can practice. Okay, then funds of the institute. Well, I think I mentioned the chapters that has to be, that has to be formed. I mean, it's been a long time. Along the line, years back, we were thinking of the Western chapter, looking at Takoradi, for instance, but it never materialized. I know this council is making effort to make sure that we have other chapters. So let's see what they can do with that. Then funds of the institute. The institute may receive administer guidelines covering the chapters and apply its funds, donations, requests, and endowment for prizes, exhibitions, studentship, or scholarship, or for any general or special object or purpose connected with the institute, or for any benevolent purpose connected with architecture. So whatever you pay as subscription, And let me say that it's how much do you pay as subscription as probationers? Oh, 500. Okay, and the actors pay 1,000. Okay, and the firms pay 2,000. Is the 500 too much? It was 250 and it became 500. Yes, and I think I got a lot of insults that we've pushed it to 500. But you see, we all know, as much as it is hard, we all know 500. It's once you put it in your pocket and you leave your house, by the time you get home, it is finished. You know, so we have to devise means or other strategies of funding the institute. So increasing from 250, which had not been increased for, I think, for 3 years, there hadn't been any. I think it was in the right direction, although it came as whatever. It will interest you to know that years back, let's say 11 years ago, we couldn't pay even staff from the subscription. Okay. Because you think the subscription you are paying, it's apart from here, we even didn't talk about administration running the office. Okay, but it's expensive running it. So one of the strategies was to see how best we can get other monies to fund the activity of the institute. In addition to your subscription, we saw the competition route to be an avenue to also fund whilst looking for jobs for members, and that comes as welfare, because if you are there and the institute organizes a competition and you win, it means there was food on your table. Is that not it? So that also comes in handy to support the running of the institute, among other activities that we do. I would not say that getting sponsorship should be a way to fund the institute. That may help organize a program, but it is, I mean, once you are getting a sponsorship from somebody, you know the person also needs something from you, and it's not all the time that you would want to do that. So if there was a way of you generating your own income, then you can effectively run what's it called, your programs without any without turning your back or your head to look at, hey, am I doing what the person funding me expects me to do? So please, let the subscription is just a small aspect of the money that if the institute is going to depend on subscription alone, I'm sure by now we wouldn't. If we depended on subscription alone, this rehabilitation, which was started some time back, wouldn't have been able to do. We did a competition before I exited, and it's brought a lot of money into the institute, which whenever you see that the institute is progress, is because we have been able to draw a lot of money through that competition. And all those who participated also got some money. Okay, so yes. Okay, so I'll encourage you to go I encourage you to go and buy this. Yeah, they had, okay, so have you got a sticker? The GIA sticker. So, well, there are souvenirs at the secretariat. I know maybe they are not publicizing it well or advertising it well, but it is something that they do. Yeah, yes, yes. Okay.
They have stamp. They have some badge that's Dr. This. They have stickers, they have cups, they have diaries. So if we could add them, I think you might generate some.
All right, okay. All right. So I'm sure they will do some of those. But whatever they have, let's make sure that you patronize them. If the women, how many years do you need? So yeah, so go and buy 4 years of this. No, you see, Legon, University of Ghana celebrated their 75th anniversary. And as part of that, they did, I think, 10 different, well, 10 I may be exaggeration, but different designs of fabric to celebrate that. In addition, they are doing a legacy project, an $80 million project. Okay, so anniversaries are recognized and they should be recognized as such. Okay, so if there was 60 years and we celebrated it and we did this, and it's part of our milestone. So because there was 60, you wouldn't buy? They have it. Have you seen the other one that they have, the anniversary club that they have? Let's not be myopic. Okay, let's be open-minded. Okay, property of the institute. The institute may receive, manage, charge, or dispose of any property of any description, including land of any tenure, on such terms as it thinks fit. So this land was assigned to us by the Ministry of Works and Housing in 1989. And it's something that we have to, all properties of the institute shall be held by the council in trust for the institute. So we have to make sure that once you are at the helm of affairs, you are holding the property in trust for the institute. Make sure that you don't do anything with it. Delegation of powers. The council may delegate to any person or group or body of persons, whether or not he or she or they are members of the council or of the institute, with or without restrictions, the exercise of any of its functions subject to the provision of this constitution. So the constitution enjoins the council to set up committees, and it means that the council is transferring some of its powers to those committees. So the committees work on behalf of the council. Then annual general meeting. Annual general meeting shall be convened in every year at such place and at such time and on such date, not being later than 12 months after the last preceding annual general meeting, as the council shall determine. All members of the institute shall have the right to attend the annual general meeting, except that such members disqualified by reason of non-payment or subscription shall not have the right to vote. So the question I ask is, why wouldn't you want to be in good standing but still would want to partake in the institute's activities. I mean, does it make sense? Mm? The annual general meeting shall, 1, receive and consider financial statement and the annual report, elect the council for the ensuing term, and transact such other businesses as may be necessary. And the council shall prepare a yearly report on the state of the institute, which shall be presented at the annual general meeting. An amendment of the Constitution. The Constitution may be amended by resolution passed by a 2/3 majority of the members present and entitled to vote at an extraordinary general meeting of the Institute, called for the purpose and the terms of the proposed amendments circulated to members together with a notice conveying the meeting. An extraordinary general meeting may be held on the same day and at the same place as the annual general meeting. So your confusion, okay. So you can only amend constitutions through extraordinary general meetings. And what the Constitution is saying, that you can organize extraordinary general meeting at any time. And the amendment can be done by 2/3 of the members present, not of the entire membership, but those present, okay, and who are in good standing. And that the extraordinary general meeting can be part of an annual general meeting. So you can have an annual general meeting and along the line break and start an extraordinary general meeting to amend the Constitution and then come back to continue with the annual general meeting. Any questions? Yes. Can you use so that they can hear you? Mhm.
A scenario, just for the scenario, with the council meeting. Imagine the people who turn up are not even 10% the whole membership.
Talking about
the meeting.
the council meeting. You are talking about annual general meeting.
Yes.
Or,
Okay, the extraordinary general meeting are the boards, the heads.
Say it again.
Which people attend the extraordinary council? Extraordinary general meeting.
You see, you are not paying attention.
Oh God.
Extraordinary general meeting is open to all members in good standing.
Yeah, in good standing.
Yes.
So let's say in good standing, let's say 500 people are in good standing, but only 20 people attended this extraordinary general meeting, and 2/3 of them will be like 70, 15. So like 15 people have been able to amend constitution for the whole 500 people.
Yes, because
because they didn't attend.
Yeah, because you are not interested. If you are interested, why wouldn't you attend? If you are interested, why wouldn't you? Why would you want to sit back? No one is building the institute for him or herself. We are building the institute for posterity. And you see, if you ask me my opinion, I think unless circumstances do not permit you to be here, to be in person, it makes sense to be in person. So for instance, if you are in Accra, I see no reason why you wouldn't come. Okay, the other profession, what do? They even go beyond Accra, and you see they going in their numbers. You talk about what's it called, the Ghana Medical Association. Okay, you are saying because they are interested in their affairs. Okay, you talk about the pharmaceutical society. Today they are at Beauregard, the next day they are in the central region, and they go in their numbers. And you come to the architects who are too known, and they say what? They will stay in their bed. Stay in your bed and let the few take the decision for you. Any question? Yes.
So what does the OGM for?
Say it again.
we got an invitation to an
All right.
OGM.
Okay. So we have three things. We have ordinary general meetings. Then you have annual general meetings, and then you have extraordinary general meeting. The ordinary general meeting is the OGM. Okay. And per the constitution, I think we haven't got there. We have to rush through so that it is to be held every quarter. So a year, council is supposed to hold 4 OGMs. And that discusses matters affecting the institute, among others. Okay. However, okay, so the decisions taken there are binding, but not any amendment to the constitution. If you want to amend the constitution, then you call an extraordinary general meeting. You are mandated also to make sure that annually you have an annual general meeting.
Is there a scenario where one of the ordinary general meetings in one of the quarters coincides with the annual general meeting on the same date?
No. No. You can only have an extraordinary general meeting as part of an annual general meeting, but not an ordinary general meeting. Yeah. Then conflict resolution. The council shall appoint 5-member committee comprising 1 person with expertise in arbitration and conflict resolution. Any 2 past president, at least 1 member must be a female, 1 member of council to form the arbitration committee to resolve any conflict. So, for instance, if you've misconducted yourself and a disciplinary action has been preferred, what you do if you decide to appeal, they wouldn't use the same disciplinary committee to look at your appeal. Then it goes to a different level, and that's when the arbitration will come in, and a different set of people will sit on that. Yes.
Is it possible that there can be any rep from the legal side, legal practitioner, when the case is?
Yes. Okay. So we are thinking of having a legal desk, and there have been instances where we brought in legal persons, either being architects and legal persons or legal persons of repute to advise on some of these things. All right. So we also have institutional representations. So we get requests from public, and it could be also private institutions where members are nominated to sit on committees, among others. Unfortunately, when they were doing the Procurement Act in 2003, they forgot the architect to be part of the Central Tender Review Board. So you go through the act, and it doesn't mention the architect. And that is when most of our troubles started being sidelined, among others. During my term, we're looking at reviewing the Procurement Act, but it's a big tussle. But I'm happy to say that the current president, per the presentation made by the finance minister, said we're going to review the Public Procurement Act, and hope that the institute will be there, or the institute has to be part of it to make sure that our concerns are raised and captured properly. Because when we sit on that, it is when you sit on something, it shouldn't be your interest, but it should be the collective interest. So as you are coming up, please have that at the back of your mind. When you serve the collective interest, okay, and we are saying that when you are nominated onto a committee, you must submit reports. You get others say on and they never bring any report. They take it as their personal portfolio and derive whatever benefit comes from it. But that shouldn't be the case. So the council shall hold in trust business ventures on behalf of the membership. So if the council decide to do any other business that will generate money, that I remember we trying to set up a printing place here. So at the time, and this was 2017, 16 or 17, we bought a large format scanner to start with, and proceeds accrued from that is for the institute for running things. And what we had said was that members were going to be given discounted services among others. All right, okay, so that brings us to the end of the Constitution. Now let's look at the Code of Conduct. Any questions? What happened to that printing press? Okay, so the scanner is there. The I think even when I was present, I brought some work for them to do. So I'm sure it's still operating, but we need to expand. I'm sure once we got more money into the institute before I left, they would be able to use more of the money to expand the institute activities, among others. Yeah. All right. So a registered member of Ghana Institute of Actors herein referred to as a registered actor is governed by the foregoing rules and regulations. Yes, sir. Yeah, Cooks, can you get it for?
Please, I wanted to find out how members of the council, what it takes to be a member of a council. And then secondly, how long do you hold? I think ARC, they hold office for 5 years. So how long can a member hold office for?
All right, okay. So the term of a council is 2 years. And once you are in good standing, you can, what's it called? And when they are forming a new council, you can be nominated. I think you have to be nominated by 2 persons or so and voted for. Then you can be on the council. It pays to not to sit on the fence, but to be part of it. I became very active. When I say I became very active, not that I wasn't participating right from 1999 when I was elected into associate membership of the institute. I was attending all programs and then contributing towards the development of the institute, and you can only contribute by asking questions and probing into things and things like that. Until along the line I traveled, and when I came back, then in 2012 there was an AGM at Alisa Hotel, which I attended, and I felt there was so much apathy. I mean, people were not going up. So I stepped in for assistant secretary, and that's when my journey through the leadership of the institute began, right from 2012. So I was assistant to the president he was, Tony Asari was then the honorary secretary, and I was assistant. And then 2 years later, at the time, the late Architect Brown was the president. And then 2 years later, I became the honorary secretary, and then because I felt the need to push to see how best we can get a better institute, an institute that has the voice and others. And I think we did bring a lot of changes from 2014 through, so we went 2 terms, 2018, and then I stepped back, and then along the line came as vice president, and it's been a tough journey, but I would say let's offer ourselves and support the growth of the institute. You come with knowledge, making sure that you are, what's it called, not being selfish, but being selfless to serve for the growth of the institute. I always say that if not because we had projects from Ministry of Foreign Affairs, we wouldn't have been able to do this rehabilitation. There was no way we could have done what the 200 cities were paying from members and members were not paying. We signed, I was witness to that agreement that was signed in 2017 by the then President, Architect Hayford. And for me, it really has helped the institute, and we optimistic that successive councils, and because the term is 2 years, you expect that when others come, they would, because you cannot do everything within that, so you can come. But for the ARC, the governing board is 5 years. So you are, when I came, there was a tradition where the president and the honorary secretary was serving on the council. So was, okay, it is your turn now, you go, and then when your turn lapses, then you leave, and then the next one will come. That is, so when Tony handed over to me as honorary secretary, I went with the then president, Architect Hayford, onto the ARC council. We served our term. So it meant that we went to complete the term that had been started by others. But now people are reading and meanings into so many things, which, I mean, for me, we need to sit as members and agree on what we think makes sense to get onto the board. I don't believe in being a place that I wouldn't perform. I'd always want to perform wherever I find myself. Otherwise, I wouldn't even venture. And so it is not the position, oh, I'm this, I'm that, no, but how effective are you over there? Anyway, can we go on? So the following clauses indicate the general standards of conduct of which registered actors, whether remunerated by fee or salary, may adhere, failing which the Council of the Ghana Institute may judge and reprimand, suspend, or expel him. Case of professional misconduct not specifically covered by these clauses may be dealt with by the council with regards to particulars of each case. So if some of the procedures have not been encoded here, it doesn't mean when you commit an offense, you can go scot-free, because the essence is to maintain the standard. Okay. So responsibilities and remuneration. A registered architect must not hold, assume, or consciously accept a position in which his interest is in conflict with his professional duty. Okay, so you should always have that at the back of your mind. So let's say you've been nominated to serve on a board of a public organization or entity, and they talk, and boards, what they do, they formulate policies for management to implement those policies. And you go and they are talking about a project, and I say, oh yeah, I'm an architect, and then you take it behind and then you do it. That is conflict of interest. Okay, so you once you are there for the entire institute. You don't have to take it up. You rather recommend as to how best it can be done. Okay, if you don't, the competition that I organized, which his firm won, they got big money. It was juicy for them. Okay, and that was the prize. The prize money was juicy, and they are getting the project too. Okay, did I say, oh, I organized it? So no. Okay, so that is what you are supposed to be selfless at that point. You are supposed to make sure that nothing that will conflict your interest is done. So you don't engage in any, or they want to recommend it, and so you recommend your friend, and then you go back and tell your friend, oh, I did this for you. So no. You don't do that. A registered architect, when acting as architectural consultant, advisor, or assistant, is to be remunerated solely by his professional fees payable by his client or by a salary payable by his employer. He is debarred from any other source of remuneration in connection with the works or duties entrusted in him and her. It is the duty of a registered architect to uphold and apply the scale of professional charges adopted by the Ghana Institute of Architects. You see, like I said earlier on, when we are charging, let's be mindful of the way you charge because it has repercussion on you in the future. Okay, let's make sure we uphold the scale of fees. It is going to be amended. When it's amended, let's accept the amended one, and it can only be amended through an extraordinary general meeting. So come for that extraordinary meeting, let your voice be heard, and then make sure you implement it as such. It is only when you implement it, the other person implement it, and then the other person implement, that will become stronger. And that all the 12, all the years in school, the sleepless nights among others, do not come to naught. A registered architect may be an architectural consultant, advisor, or assistant to building contractors, decorators, manufacturers, house or estate agents, estate development firms or companies trading in materials used or whose activities are otherwise connected with the building industry, as well as director, shareholder, or partner in a business registered to conduct business in the above-mentioned discipline, provided he is able to demonstrate that the combination would not prevent his compliance with the principles of this code and the regulations and rules that apply to his circumstances. So, for instance, you are a director let's say tile manufacturing company, okay, and then you have a project, okay, a public project, and then you specify that material against that. It's conflict of interest. For all you know, or it may even turn out that your product is an inferior product. Okay, so please, a member shall not have or take as a partner or co-director in his firm any person who is disqualified for registration by the reason of the fact that his name has been removed from the register of architects under this act, or any person disqualified. So you cannot register in a firm, oh, he's my friend, but he's not in good standing, and I have his, or he hasn't even registered and he's part of, no. Please, when you do that, you are encouraging what? Illegality. Okay. If he wants to practice, having gone through the 6 years, what I always say is, listen, you've gone through this academic journey, just complete it. Okay. How long will it take? You sit your butt on the chair for 3 years and get your license to practice. If at the end of the day you decide to go and sell tomatoes, no one cares. But remember that situations are not the same. Times may change, and you may go back for that license. Okay. So please advise your friends. I know architecture school is a torture. Some, before they finish, they've already changed their mind. They're like, no, architecture for what? But remember that times may change and you will fall into what you didn't want to. Then once you have, no one takes it from you unless you misconduct yourself. Yeah. No, yes. So if once he is disqualified, you take the person's name off and then you bring another partner to it. So you always have to make sure that whatever you are doing is legal. You are practicing. If the person is disqualified because he hasn't paid his subscription or whatever, you don't allow that to. Where a registered architect is engaged specifically as an architectural consultant or advisor as described in clause 3, his name and affix may appear only on the note paper of the firm or company used in connection with his professional services. So you see that maybe the letterhead of the company will have the name, and it will have the name at the bottom will have the name of the principal or anything of this. Where a registered architect is engaged as architectural consultant, advisor, or assistant as described in, he shall not act in a professional capacity for a third party to whom his principals own a contractual duty. But if mutually agreed between all the parties, he or she may act as an independent architect on the direct instructions of the said party, provided that he received the payment of the fees directly. Who can explain this? Madam, you've spoken once. Okay, so the third one. So if you can explain this, who can you give it to? Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I need to reread to explain, but I'm not wearing my glasses, so I can't see anything on the board.
So can you come and sit here? But can someone read and then explain? I want her to sit here so that she can see, and then subsequent ones.
Please, can I nominate someone? Callum, come for the mic.
So you are coming here so that you can see. But you should have said this long ago. Otherwise, the lady there can give you her glasses.
Are you ready? Where a registered architect is engaged as an architectural consultant, advisor, or assistant, as described in clause 3A, he shall not act in a professional capacity for a third party to whom his principal owes a contractual duty. But if mutual agreements between all parties, he or she
mutually agreed,
mutually agreed between all parties,
all the parties,
he or she may act as an independent architect on the direct instructions of the said third party, provided that he receives the payment of fees directly.
Yeah. So can you explain now? Okay, yeah, somebody would want to explain. Yeah, no, she's here.
Okay, so I think what it's saying is that if I am a registered architect who is working under my principal, working with a firm, even though I have the privilege or whatever it is to practice, I cannot essentially take or provide professional services to, let's say, a company that has come to my firm. So let's assume that there's an institution that has come to my firm for them to, let's say, build something for them. And then there's a contract between my firm and that institution. Even though I am working in the firm, I cannot go behind the firm's back and then have a relationship with this said third party or said institution, unless it has been agreed between my principal, me, and then this institution that's
among, not between,
among
it's more than two.
Yeah, okay. So among all the parties that they want to directly contract me, and in that sense or in that situation, all the instructions will come to me directly and I'll be paid directly, not through the firm.
Okay. All right. Is it clear? No. Okay, so you are working at AESL. Okay. So AESL has a contract with Get Fund to do one of their schools. Yes, man. And you are on it. What it's saying is that you cannot bypass AESL and deal with them directly if AESL puts you on that project. Okay, for you to provide. So the advice you are providing for them, you are providing it on behalf of AESL. However, if you go direct to provide advice on your own to them, it means you are representing yourself on that project and not AESL. And it's something you shouldn't do. Unless yourself, AESL, and Get Fund agree that you will be providing that professional services directly to them, not through AESL, and that you'll be paid directly by Get Fund. Is it understood now? Okay. So never do that to any firm that you work with, including AESL. Okay, a registered architect may be a director of any company, including building society, and may invest in housing or land. So say you can be a director in any, I think in the 80s or 70s, I don't remember when, but we had building society in Ghana, and they even had a bank for construction purposes, among others. So you can be a director and you can also invest in housing, you can invest in land, you can do anything that you have to. Then advertisement. A registered architect must not advertise or offer his professional service to any person or body corporate by means of circulars or otherwise, or paid advertisement in the press, except except one, he or she may apply to prospective employers for a salaried appointment. Times have changed, so this is obsolete. He or she may advertise professional appointment, open or wanted, provided the advertisement is directed only to members of the profession concerned. So what it means is, if you advertising for any openings, you must advertise it through the institute or to members of the institute alone. He or she may respond to an advertisement addressed to members of the profession, inviting them to submit their names or inclusion in a panel or list of names of architects, from which the advertiser may select an architect or architects for a particular project, provided that his response to such advertisement does not contravene any other clauses of the Code of Conduct of the Institute of Architects Regulation for the Conduct of Architectural Competition from time to time in force. Who would want to explain this? My friend, I think you haven't spoken today. See, she just spoke. So you... What's the name again?
Yes,
Okay.
Julius.
Not Deborah.
He said that's again. No.
What was the other name?
Obudai Josiah.
Obudai Josiah, okay.
Okay, please, I want to reread and then explain.
Okay.
So it says he or she may respond to an advertisement addressed to members of the profession, inviting them to submit their names or inclusion in a panel or list of names of architects, from which the advertiser may select an architect or architects for a particular project, provided that his response to such an advertisement does not contravene any other clause of the Code of Conduct of the Ghana Institute of Architects regulations for the conduct of architectural competitions from time to time in force. So from what I understand, it's only permissible if, let's say, the institute's requests for a particular or there's an advertiser who wants, for a particular reason, for say a competition or something like that, comes through the institutes and then makes that request for professionals to submit their names to be put in a list of some form or as such for purposes of a competition or something like that. So I think that's the only way that you're allowed once it comes through the institutes, and then it's that request is made.
Okay, not just coming through the institute. So let's talk about competitions, for instance. A lot of companies put the heads of architects together. Okay, what they do is they will call her, they will call him, they will call her, and said submit a concept design, and they will come back and say, oh, okay, yeah, we like your design, would want to go with you, and then leave the rest wanting. Okay, meanwhile they've spent time and money executing that work, and we see it as a disservice to you, the members. So we expect, the institute expects that you are guided by this so you don't fall into those. So whatever they are doing, you see, who can judge a competition or a design better than the architect? Is it a trader who has money and then calls the three of you and at the end of the day says your design is what he's going with without recognizing any of them? So on that, we say don't engage yourself in any of those. Okay. It doesn't mean it should come to the institutes, and you only have to do with if they are following the guidelines by the institutes. You know that they are following the guidelines by the institute somewhere in the code. And the professional misconduct, it talks about the guideline, following the guidelines that the institute has set for architectural competition. If they are following that, then you will take part. But where you know, and it's happened to a lot before, and it is happening now. But you get membership going through that every now and then. He or she may insert in architectural professional press notice of change of address not exceeding 2 times. Well, some of these things, I'm glad the amendment is coming and then they will change. What it's saying is that if you are moving from place to place, okay, so your office is here, you are moving, you have to notify. You don't go to the daily graphic and pay money and then say your new location is this, unlike what the others will do. Okay, we've moved to XYZ place. You rather would have that advertisement in an architectural press, because it is so, assuming the institute has a journal similar to the RIBA journal, then you can advertise in that, because it is limited to the members. Or he or she notify his correspondent by post once of any change. So when, yes. Yes. But why would you want to move? Why should there be an issue with the landlord? Tell me. Then be a landlord yourself. No, but you see, when you move frequently, it even affects your business. Okay, so you would want to be mindful of that when you are running a business. A registered architect may allow signed illustrations and descriptions of his work to be published in the press, but he shall not give monetary consideration for such insertion. So you cannot go to the Daily Graphic and let them publish your work. Because when you go to Daily Graphic, it is commercial, are going to pay. However, your client can do that if you are not paying. Okay, so the politicians, they like cutting swords or commissioning projects, getting to the eve of the elections, they went to commission two Agenda 11 hospitals, 3, okay. So when Graphic publishes that, you are not paying for, and they even give you recognition, you are not paying for. So that is not an offense. But where you go, and then like the party that was held on Saturday, you have your billboard everywhere, and then you use 2 weeks to do a stand, and you have all the things in. That is an offense, and you can be, yeah. And then, or allow such insertions to be used by the publishers for extorting advertisement from contribution. A registered architect may consent to the publication of a series of illustrations, either in circular, brochure, or book form, with or without descriptive letterpress, of any building or buildings or building for which he has been responsible provided that clause 6 of the code is complied with. And let's quickly go to point 6, clause 6. And here he's saying, no, clause 6B, we'll get to the B. The A is what is here. Or there was no attempt to distribute the publication to potential client. So if you've done any circulars and you are not circulating it to potential clients. But who on earth would do circulars and will not circulate it? Okay, 6A. A registered architect may sign his buildings and may exhibit his name outside his office and on the building in the course of construction, alteration, or extension, provided that it is done in an unostentatious manner and the lettering does not exceed 75 millimeter in height. Okay, so the essence when they were preparing this is for you not to advertise yourself, because what we must understand is all the fingers are not the same. We are all not the same financially. So if you have somebody who has a lot of funds, but design bad buildings, which will have negative effects on the populace, the person will use the money to flood the built environment with all those rubbish. Okay, so let's protect all ourselves. Let your building speak for you. Let others talk about your building other than you. Yes. Okay, so you see, times have changed. Okay, times have changed in that when some of these things were done, there was nothing like internet. Okay, the website is come as another address. It's a virtual address. Okay, so you have, I mean, those times you only had the physical location where you, and that's why it says let your nameplate be on the, so you can put like the way we have Ghana Institute of Architects, I would say billboard there, the sign there. No, you let them come in and then you put it on the door. Okay, but now with internet, there also, and that's where we have to be innovative. Okay, with our code, among others, to see what we can do and what we can do. Website, although it's not encoded here, it is accepted as, and those who even started this, that we learned from the British. They've gone away from some of these restrictions, although they still have that. But in addition, they have. I receive periodic newsletters from Sir Norman Foster and Partners, or Foster and Partners. Okay, so these are innovative ways that one can end up. Okay, so they've commissioned a project and a newsletter captures that. It is okay to do that. And join the amendment. I hope some of these things come in. Okay, so doing a website, which is a virtual address which can locate you, is something that we should encourage. Okay, then we say supplanting other architects. This one, let me call on any of you. Madam, you haven't spoken. So you tell us what you understand by supplanting, and tell us whether you've supplanted a colleague, either a colleague, a junior colleague, or a senior colleague before. And if you haven't done that, why?
Okay, so supplanting is, for example, there's an architect on a project, and this architect has been dismissed on the project, and the client approached you to take over the project, or there's an architect who is already on the project, not dismissed. But
why do you bring dismiss?
Sorry. So the client approached you to take over the project because maybe his fee is higher. So you reduce your fees to take over the project, or you speak bad of him in order to take the projects. That's supplanting.
Okay. You see, we have to be each other's keeper. Okay. We must love ourselves, as the Bible says. We must love our neighbors. Okay. And why would you want to take somebody's food out of his or her mouth? Okay. By reducing or bad mouthing, and that's what we are good at. We'll go and then bad mouth to our what benefits. It is rather to our detriment. Okay. So please, whenever there is a project and you are called on, investigate, find out what is happening. Call your colleague architect. I've been called on this. What is happening? Report to the institute. Yes, make sure that the issue is resolved before you take over. You don't go and say, oh, he's charging 20,000. By 20,000, it can buy you 200 bags of cement. You give me 2,000, I'll be able to do it for you. And I'm sure it's something we do. Please, it's a no. Don't do that. When it happens to you, you wouldn't be happy. So don't do it to your brother or sister. All
Sir,
right. Yes.
I wanted to find out, what if, say, like the example, like the way when you're complaining earlier about young architects taking the job of older architects, the client approached the architect, he gave an invoice, then it scared the client, then he went to another person, not knowing, maybe you are just approached, not knowing what happened, and you are charging less. Does that also count as supplanting?
Yes. You see, why would you want to charge less? Remember, we said you have to uphold the scale of fees. And the scale of fees is the minimum. Let me tell you, if he comes and you say you are charging this, and he or she goes to Kukwa, and Kukwa said, yeah, I'm charging the same 6%, and then what's the name? Cero. Or Cero. And he goes to Cero and sell to says, what do you think he will do? He will get back to you and give you the job. Okay, so please, let's unite on one front, and maybe because we make ourselves poor or poorer if we don't charge well. Okay, we don't get anything. The money you are taking will not even take you home. Okay, conflict of official and private interest. A registered architect employed as a full-time salaried and official architect by a central or local government or by a statutory undertaking, and who is by reason of his or her office in a position to grant or influence the granting of any form of statutory or other approval, must not undertake private work, notwithstanding any permission from his employing authority to do so, unless he or she is satisfied that his or her position and action in that matter will be free from any suspicion or suggestion of abuse. Okay, so there are some architects who find themselves in the assembly, and I may not know whether they are architects but what I've heard is that the assembly take drawings, and then they come and then they will tell the clients, oh, they are charging you too much this one, we can do it for you. So then they will just throw your thing somewhere and then do it, and then I don't know how they get a stamp and whatever. But please, if you are, so the assembly, you've been employed to do specific things. I always say those who find themselves in the public service, you are not employed to design over there. So you are at the bank. What is the core competence of the bank? I mean, it's what's it called? Credit, and they are dealing with money. Okay. they are not interested in you coming to design for them. So allow those who are not working there for the economy to grow. Allow those who are not working there to get the jobs. Okay, and it is only true that we will grow as a nation. So another thing, it's you find yourself on maybe at a hospital working with Ministry of what's it called, Health, or you find yourself working, and now the development office, they do it a lot. I think it is wrong. Okay, if you find yourself working with Ministry of Health, what you do is develop the standards, develop the guidelines for the health sector projects, and let the private sector come and take. So you are working at the development office in the university. I think that you should develop the guidelines for the building typologies within the university and let the others come and compete. It is only true that we can, we can benefit as a nation from architecture. Otherwise, what is going on, I don't know, it begs the question. Any other comments? Yes, sir.
Okay, so my question is, I'm working in public service, but then say a family member or an old high school friend wants me to design something for them, which is not in direct conflict with that, maybe even for something in a different jurisdiction, right? Is it still illegal for me to do that?
No. So you have a private person coming to you to design. You are not doing it within the entity that you are in. That is you are testing your knowledge on that. But what I'm saying is, once you find yourself in that public, then for all you know, your appointment at the bank, your offer letter, did not state that you are an architect. Okay, and even if it is stated that you are an architect, what you should understand is that the bank cannot practice architecture. Okay, and that anything that you do over there must be in your name. Okay, and that is why you would even look at it carefully, what appointment you get, or what offer letter you get. And this goes also to those who work in the real estate development companies or the developers. You see, they found a way, the developers have found a way to, I would say, cheat you, so that they employ you as a young graduate and pay you next to nothing, and at the end of the day, you are happy, oh, they are paying me more than they will pay me in an office. Okay, and you do it for a while, and you say, no, I think I have to leave. Okay, don't let them use or misuse your talent for now. Okay, disputes. In all cases of dispute between a building owner and a contractor, a registered architect must act in an impartial manner. He must interpret the conditions of a contract with entire fairness as between the building owner and the contractor. So you are on a project. There was a contract document. There was a relationship which is spelled out by the contract document. So the obligations of the client is clearly spelled out in the contract document. The obligations of the builder or the contractor is also spelled out. and you are mediating, okay, you also have your obligations set out in a separate contract and that of your obligation towards your client in a separate contract. What it's saying is that you are acting on behalf of the client. The client is paying you, but you must be impartial, okay, in all your dealings. If you know that the client is wrong, let it be known that the client is wrong, but say it in a way that will not, that he will not be satisfied so that you lose that contract. A registered architect must not permit the insertion of any clause in the tenders, bill of quantities, or other contract document which provides for payment to be made to him by a contractor, whatever may be the consideration, unless with a full knowledge and approval of the employer. Okay? Don't say, I'm hard pressed, so I'm going to be smart. That smartness may lead to a disgrace along the line. It is desirable that in a case where a registered architect takes out the quantities for his buildings, he should be paid directly by the employer and not through the contractor, except with the previous consent of the employer. So let's say you're on a project. Who can explain this? Madam, you haven't spoken the whole day. Can you give her the mic? Yeah. And mention the name.
So, I'm Sewa. So the registered architect should be paid directly by the employer, but not like through the contractor, except it's agreed that the the employer should be paid, the architect should be paid. Wait.
Would you want to help?
Directly.
You want to help? Okay. All right. You said the name again. Osawa, Mami Sawa, you have a lawyer here.
For instance, if you are working on a job and as per the contract stipulates that you have to be paid by the employer, then the employer will have to pay you. But if the contract stipulates that the consultant or the architect must be paid by the employer through the contractor, then in that regard, you take your money or your subscription from the contractor.
Yes, sir. He wants to.
So from what I understand or know, looking at, let's say, the interim payment certificate, before, let's say, a contractor will say, I'm done with so and so and so, the contractor must first send that to the architect, and then the architect must look at it and then give it to the employer or the client that, okay, he's done with so and so, and the payment will be done to them, and then he pays the contractor. And unless in the contract it was agreed otherwise, but I know that is the format in which payment is done. Yeah.
All right. So you see, there was a word quantities taken out. And what is trying to say is that so payment for works are done through certificates, which we begin to call them interim payment certificates, IPCs, if you've heard them. And maybe you decide, okay, I'm taking this one out, and you pay, the contractor pays it to me. Okay, it becomes a misconduct. Your payment for your services per your agreement has to be paid by the client and not the contractor. Unless from the beginning you are saying that whatever agreement you sign with the client, you say the contractor should then pay you. But not for you to reduce or amend the quantities and say, pay me back later, unless it is in agreement with, and this is to curb corruption among others. But let me advise that you always would want to separate your fees from the claims by the contractor. Okay. Even with design and build, where you are leading as the architect, with that one, you are getting the money and paying the contractor. Where the contractor pays you, that one the contractor is leading, and your fees is clear, it's a line item in his claim as the professional fees for the architect, but not from the works. Yes, sir. Yeah, okay, so it's
cases.
Yeah, okay, so how does the contractor get paid having worked on a job? There are so many ways, but let's say we go by the bill of quantities method. Okay. With that, it is itemized. You say floor, the tiles is, let's say, 20 square meters, and the rate per square meter is so much. So that is what it's referring to. So unless it is agreed, then it is paid through the client. Otherwise, it's a no-go area. This is not talking about fees. It's talking about you reducing the quantities and say, then you pay me back this one.
From my understanding of this, it sounds like they are saying in the case where the architect extracts quantities for the project, that's you working as a quantity surveyor.
No, you are not working as a quantity surveyor. Remember, and what you have to understand, that you are leading the project. The other professions are working to you. They are working through you to the client. Okay, so the contractor will submit his claim, and the claim would come to you as the lead, and you would then forward the claim to the quantity surveyor for him to prepare the valuation. At the end of the day, you are the final signature.
So does it mean the quantity surveyor is working? You are producing quantities with the help of your quantity surveyor. Is that what?
Yes.
Okay.
So okay. So you are doing a project that you are leading the entire team.
Right.
So you can speak on behalf of the mechanical engineer. Okay. You can speak on behalf of the electrical and all that. So that is why you have to pay attention to everything that you learned in school and make sure that you apply them. Okay, if you did design economics, you have to reflect on them. And then when you are working with these professionals and you even don't know, ask questions. You can ask those questions privately. It wouldn't hurt if you let them explain things better so that you can explain it to the client, because there are instances, assuming you've been given 5 minutes to do a presentation on a multi-million-dollar project. It's not now that you say, oh, I'm doing 1 minute, I'll call this person to come and do. Yeah, you have to understand everything and then do the presentation accordingly. Yes, sir. Yeah.
So basically what you're trying to say to us, the pros of it is that so that the architect is not disrespected. I don't understand. I'm confused though. Because you're saying he should be paid directly by the employer, not by the contractor. So does it have to do with like respect or something?
You see,
or despite and all?
it is got to do with you colluding and conniving with a contractor to extort money.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. I was actually coming from the comment you just finished with. So in essence, we are not supposed to connive with any stakeholder on a project, be it contractor or any other person, to insert fees into the the conditions of the contract, to which will eventually benefit us, isn't it?
Exactly.
Thank you very much.
I think he did say it along the line when he talked about inserting some figures into a tender. Or you've forgotten? Okay, engagement. A registered architect may not submit plans for any project without formal contract of engagement or letter of commission from the client, except in response to competitions authorized by the Ghana Institute of Architects. And you know why? So that one. All right. So eventually, so that you are not cheated. Okay. You see, our clients are, some are con men to so we'll have to. So basically, what you have to do. But however, on every project, you need to strategize. Okay. You wouldn't get the client writing so easily for you, appointing you. So today you got a call from a client, you go and meet him, you discuss the brief. It will be increasingly difficult for him to say, okay, let's prepare a contract for you, unless the former organizations. And even that, I remember a 39-page agreement took 6 months to be prepared by a client. Okay, 39 pages took 6 months to be prepared by a client. So what you do is, after your discussion, and now we have the internet at our disposal, and please never send WhatsApp messages. Okay, send emails. It is more formal than your WhatsApp message. So you pick the person's email address. I'm sure everybody has an email address, including our clients. Okay, pick the email, unless they are illiterate. Okay, if he's illiterate and he has WhatsApp, yeah, you can pick it. But even that, write formally and go and deliver it to him, referring to the conversation you had that, yeah, on this day at this place, you discuss a 4-bedroom house, and that these are your charges, these are your terms and conditions. It can just be one paragraph, and then you leave it like that. Once you deliver, that is the relationship between you and him to start with, or her to start with, before you formalize things along the line. There are multiple contracts that you will have to sign, but to start that engagement and for you to prove that, yeah, he engaged you, you need that written thing, so that in case of dispute, and if it even has to go to arbitration, you have that documentary evidence, so that, yeah, we started this, and these are my terms and conditions to you. If he doesn't even respond, it doesn't matter. Okay, you've already served that. Okay, so any question? Yes, sir. So let's say you lose your phone, and everything gets wiped. So unless you can keep backups, yeah, you can keep backups. Okay, then because you have the days, the time, and whatever you have. Otherwise, you think you are okay, and no, it may disappoint you along the line, and you have to buy good battery, like Energizer. Is it Energizer? And the other one is what? Duracell. Yes. Maybe the Energizer, you bought it on the street. All right. So a registered architect should not take part in an architectural competition in respect of which a preliminary warning of the Ghana Institute of Architects has been issued, and must not take part in a competition in respect of which the Council of the Ghana Institute of Architects shall have declared by resolution that members and students must not take part because the conditions are not in accordance with the published regulations of the Ghana Institute of Architects architectural competition, nor must be he or she, the woman, we haven't left you out, be associated. You know, in the Bible, they don't have she, so he means she. All right. Is it, why are you saying something? Okay, all right, okay. Nor must he be or she be associated in any way with carrying out of a competition or a design selected as a result of competition, in respect of which the Council of the Ghana shall have declared by resolution that members and students must not take part. A registered architect asked to take part in a limited competition must at once notify the Honorary Secretary of the GIA submitting particulars of the competition. You see, you are talking about welfare, and this is part of the welfare. This is part of the benefit, so that you don't go giddy, spend the money and you don't get anything from it. Yes, sir.
My question was regards to international competitions, for example, which may or may not be brought to the notice of members by the GIA. Are we still recluded from partaking in those competitions?
All right. Okay. So you see, you have to be very sensible. Okay. You are taking, and most international competitions, all right. So most international competitions I've seen have rewards to it. Okay. So yeah, you take part in it, and it has rewards because one key thing you want to know is who is going to adjudicate my work. Okay. is that person competent enough? Is the jury competent enough to adjudicate my work? If they are, then let me take part. It means I'm not wasting my time. I'll get fair judgment. But if, let's say Kofi Mensah calls, I was going to mention a name, but let me leave that name in my pocket. If Kofi Mensah calls you and say, and you know Kofi Mensah doesn't understand architecture and he hasn't put any systems in place, why waste your money and your time? Yeah.
Competition in this sense, we are talking about a design competition.
Yes, we are talking about design competition.
And I want to know, so the GIA is the supervisory body over all design competitions in Ghana?
Not 100%. Okay. What the institute is saying is that make sure that the organizers are credible, make sure that those who are going to judge are competent, make sure that it falls within the guidelines of the institute. So for instance, the Apiace, when there was fire at Apiace, the Ministry of Lands and Forestry, is it Lands and Forestry or Natural Resources? Yes, organized a design competition, but it was in a way not supervised, but got some input from the institute. So the institute nominated persons onto the adjudication panels, among others.
So if a private entity decides to put out I'll call it a competition,
Yeah.
a design.
Yeah, once it involves more than one person, it's a competition, yeah.
And you are supposed to produce a technical proposal that will include a design.
Technical proposal does not include intellectual property. Yes, technical proposal does not include designs. And if you see any of those, straight away, you have to know that it is competition. Okay. They should, you shouldn't be interested. No, okay, tendering is a competition. Once you say technical proposal, it's looking at who you are, what you've done, and what you can do. So what you've done will suggest what you can do, not to design that particular, based on that particular brief. Yeah. You see, these are windows clients cleverly would want to use. And when they use that, it is to our detriment. Okay, because you work so much and you get nothing out of it.
No, is there any honorarium for GIA? As in, when they give you the competition and you win, you need to give them an honorarium. Is there any honorarium?
Honorarium for the institute?
Yes.
Yes.
How much?
Well, it depends. So, for instance, there was a guideline that we developed on organizing architectural competitions. For the one that we did for University of Ghana, for instance, we charged 0.6% of the estimated project cost of the winning scheme. And we got some millions of CDs and what's it called? Gave the prize money, including every competitor who took part and was not disqualified. So there were 11 submissions. One was disqualified. So all 10, from first to 10, they all got money. And then the institute also got some millions of CDs having paid that. Yes.
Okay, so I have two questions. I want to know what exactly is defined as a two people participating, then competition. But I had also mentioned before something about reimbursements, that if let's say an institution calls on you and calls on somebody else to bring, you know, the design, because you will not be compensating, why it is not allowed to participate, because you will not be compensated. So that's one question.
Okay, so let me answer the one question, and then you'll come with your second question. So the essence of the institute saying don't engage in this is for your time and money not to be wasted. Okay. So if you see the call and the call says, yeah, there was prize money, these are the adjudicators. We are doing it from this period to this period. Everybody is getting the information at the same time. You see that there was competitiveness in this, and that you are not going to be sidestepped, you are not going to be cheated, among others. It means that it goes by, or it follows the institute's regulations on competitions. However, if they are silent on prize money, they are silent on adjudicators, and they are silent on other things, at times even the submission method. Okay, so with this Legon, for instance, we develop a web app which is on the website where submissions are done, and when it says cutoff is 4 p.m., cutoff is 4 p.m. You cannot submit after 4. And what we did was, in order not to overburden you with upfront costs, don't print, just submit it, and the institute will take it upon itself to do the printing for the education, among others. So it is to lessen the financial burden and even the emotional stress on you. Okay, the next one.
Yes, so the second question is about the international competitions that he mentioned.
Yeah.
So from what I'm understanding, it means that if, let's say, there's an international body that wants to organize a competition and the guidelines, steps, everything is in line with what GIA stipulates. You also gave the example of the natural resources. So does that mean that in situations like that, it is not compulsory for them to go through the institute before it is?
Yes, it is. It is not compulsory for them to go through the institute, and you have to. Somebody will say, shine your eyes to make sure that, because the devil is always in the details, you know. So you probe into it and know that, yeah, I would want to take part in this, because at the end of the day, it will benefit me. There are competitions that you would even have to pay. Okay. This World Architecture Festival, which is done every year, which I think we entered some during the COVID time, you pay to enter, but you know that it is credible. Okay, so these are all about competition. Say a formal invitation to 2 or more architects to prepare designs in competition for the same project is deemed a limited competition. In the event of 2 or more architects being commissioned to prepare design for the same project and the normal fee on the estimated cost of the project being paid to each of the architects so commissioned, the project shall not be regarded as competition contemplated by GIA regulations and what have you. So if it is clear, that's what you were asking. Yeah. A member must not act as an architect or joint architect for a project which is or has been the subject of competition in which he or she is or has been engaged as an assessor, or for which he or she has acted as one of the organizers. Okay, so I was client advisor the client appoints me as the architect. No, he said, no. Don't never even think of that. You don't do that. Leave them. Your time will also come. For all you know, the project you'll get will be bigger than theirs. Then let's go to copyright. And this copyright is always an issue when you are doing agreements. Okay. Some clients feel that they are paying you. And once they are paying you, it means they also have copyright and that they can use and that's where you have to let them know that no, what they paid was for that particular site. And if they want to use the design on a different site, they have to get back to you. And you see, it is simple. It's not about money. It is about the performance of the building. Okay. The locations have effect on the buildings. So you just can't pick and then go and dump. No. So they have to come to you so that the performance should always be key to you than the money that you get from it. Yeah.
So in the case of real estate companies, where they use the same design on multiple locations, do they have to pay you when they want to build or replicate it?
Yes, of course. You see, that's why you shouldn't allow yourself to be used by the real estate companies. At the end of the day, you will not get anything, and they will get fat pockets, and they will be buying better cars, and you will be walking. Okay. I know, I'm sure along the line, when the scale of fees talks about multiple charges for multiple or repetitive designs, okay, and that is what you have to apply.
Hello.
On top of my head, I know for repetitive, you charge the first 5, and then you waive. And when it comes to supervision, there was something that you also do. So please don't allow them to end up. Also, if you are employed with them, they should understand that, and you have to let them understand. You see, because you are looking for the job, you take anything, forgetting that without you, they can move on. And when I say you, it is not you alone, him and then the rest of us. Okay. So let them stick to what will benefit all of us. So they've employed you. They are not architectural firms. So they can have their name on the title block as designers or architects. They have their names as the client. And you would have your name on the title block because you are entitled to practice. It's difficult, eh? Is it? All right. So it says, in accordance with provisions of the Copyright Act, of all drawings and in the works executed, copyright of all drawings and executed from them shall remain the property of the architect unless otherwise agreed. It says, note the word member in the foregoing clause shall mean a full member or professional graduate or student of Ghana Institute of Architecture. That's something else. But you see, clients always are not satisfied with this. Okay, so you want to go a step further to indicate that the design you've done is specific to that site, and that if they would want to adapt it to any other site, they must seek your consent. All right, so that is our code of conduct. It is done. Let me do this quickly as bonus. But before that, what would you want to add to the advertisement? How do you think we should advertise as architects? Say it again. What does it mean? How do we brand? When you say branding, it doesn't mean anything. So branding, how? Advertisement is branding. But how? Yeah.
So this is just an idea. So maybe let's say the GIA gets the portfolios of all, well, most qualified architects. Then maybe once a year or something, they run like an ad in the papers or a TV, something just to show the works of their members.
Okay.
Firms and members in good standing. Just
Okay.
like an annual thing.
Okay. So you think that should be another form to put the members
Yes.
out there? Okay. Any other yes.
From time to time, you educate the public about why they should use the architect, and maybe there are so many buildings that collapse. Maybe you can run in the newspapers if you don't use the architect. This is what will happen to your building, so that they will not go and be using draftmen. When the building failed, they'll say it's an architect who did the design.
Okay. So to intensify the advocacy. Okay. And then what else? Okay.
During the earlier presentation you gave concerning the ostentatious display of signage, you gave an example that what if an architect has money and they do a large display and somebody comes to them and they don't do the design well, it will speak ill of all architects. But my comment is the reason why we are here is to filter. So if you are filtering us and making sure that when we finish, we come out as people worthy of being called architects and being a part of the prestigious institution, if I display, it means I am qualified, right? Thank you.
You see, would not want you. Let's create the level playing field for everybody. I did add that you may be financially endowed and somebody else will be financially deficient. Okay, exactly. So let's try to use the other means to make sure that we all pull ourselves together. Yeah.
Okay. Kind of similar to what she's saying. What I would say is maybe in the architect's journal, if we are highlighting a firm or an architect's work, we can do that with their maybe their stamp or their registration number. So we straight away know that this is someone in good standing. This is controlled by the GIA in terms of the journal, website, and so on.
All right. So of course, when there was a newsletter, a journal, and your project is featured, the architect's name will be featured in that journal. You see, when we went through, it talks about the fact that when there was circulation, it should be among The members. So when you are publishing anything and it's coming from the institute, it encompasses everybody, but not those who can really fund it to do it. If she has a lot of money and then she goes and buy the center page of graphic alone for continuous 1 month, he's killed everybody. If he or she is later to Mahama, and Mahama gives her 80% of the project that he will do within the 4 years, he's killed almost everybody. And that's what we don't want to happen. Everybody should benefit. Yeah. Any other? All right, okay, so let's quickly go through it. So these regulations and bylaws were updated through 2016, but I'm sure there was still a lot. So these regulations are made by the Council of the Ghana Institute of under powers conferred upon it by the Constitution of the Ghana Institute of Architects. Okay, so you see, when you read some of these things, you think they are similar, they are the same, but there's always a difference. It depends on where it's applied. You have a constitution which is straight jacket. Then you have a bylaws which describes what has to be done, let's say periodically or intermittently. So subject to the provisions of paragraph 1.20 of these regulations, any person is entitled to apply for membership of the Ghana Institute of Architects on paying of the prescribed subscription if a person who has passed the qualifying examination of the institution, of any institution, the courses of which are prescribed and approved by the council. So this one is not limiting it to the Ghana Institute of Architects. It's looking at other institutes outside the jurisdiction of Ghana, or a person who has passed the qualifying examination of any society or any other institute of architects or any association of equivalent to the status, and a person who completed practical training of such descriptions and for such period as may be prescribed by the council and has passed the professional practice examination in Ghana prescribed by the council. And then subject to the provision of paragraph 2.0 of this regulation, any firm, corporate entity, or partnership is entitled to apply for registration as an architectural firm on the payment of the prescribed fee if they meet all these categories. So its object include the practice of architecture. So the name may not be maybe Akosua Mansa Architects, but the object include architecture. Then it will be registered. In the case of corporate bodies, the majority of directors are members of the Ghana Institute of Architects with 5 years of minimum post-qualification experience. In the case of a group practice, the majority of the partners are members of the Ghana Institute of Architects or of the professional bodies of the discipline of engineering, quantity surveying, physical planning, building, and are, in the opinion of the Council, of equivalent status of a registered architect. So when you are registering any firm with the other professionals, must know that they are qualified as the architect is also qualified. Then you can run that multidisciplinary firm. In the case of an international practice operating in Ghana, such a company should seek registration with the institute and also establish an association with a local Ghanaian architectural firm. Remember, we developed, it was 2017, we developed a joint venture agreement because what we noticed was that the foreign companies will come and then they will call, oh, can you sign my drawings for me? Please, that is not what you've been trained for. Okay, you've been trained to put money into your pocket and also to acquire knowledge. So be involved in the project right from the what was it called, design development, or no, not from the design, from the brief development stage throughout. It may be limited, but be involved. Don't wait to you have production drawings and you have to be tough on this. You may be losing some monies, but once you stand on your ground, I think along the line, the Lebanese are fond of doing that. I remember, I think it was before COVID, I got some Lebanese calling, oh, we have some drawings designed at Joel, we want you to sign. And I said, listen, I don't do that. Okay. I have to be involved right from there. So if you finish, don't bring it. I mean, you've removed the feathers and you want me to identify the type of bird? No. So disqualification in general, no person shall be registered as an architect unless he or she become resident in Ghana for a period of not more than 6 months, or attain the age of 21 and paid the prescribed subscription. And B, if he or she has been adjourned so he cannot, by court of competent jurisdiction among others. And notwithstanding anything in this paragraph, a non-resident or firm being otherwise qualified may make a special application, and that's why we talk about the temporary register. So no firm shall be registered as an architectural firm if it is not authorized by its objects to carry on the business of architecture. So you go, why should contractors practice architecture? Their object does not include the practice of architecture. So any client who calls contractors and say, want you to design for me, for you to lead, is illegal. Okay, they cannot lead the design. They can lead the team, but they are not the architects. So they need to bring architects, either individual or a firm on board. And you see, because it's against the law, you have the Architects Act, which qualifies people who can practice architecture in the country. So if you are not qualified, it means that whatever you are doing, the practice you are practicing is illegal. So your friend who do not want to write the professional exams, please tell them that they didn't want to, they didn't go to school to be galamseyers. They went to school to do the right, to come out and do the right thing. All right, so I think we can move to the next. So registration of architecture, of architects and architects. The council shall keep a register of architects in which the name of every person immediately on his or her being accepted for membership by the council shall be registered, showing against his name such particulars as the council may from time to time deem necessary. See, somewhere along the line, it states that when you are even corresponding with the institute, your unique number, your registered number, you must quote it. Okay, in all correspondence. It makes a lot of sense. It makes it easy for them to check to know whether you are in good standing. Or let's say you have similar names, Kweku Menu, and you are all Kweku Menu. Meanwhile, you are from different families and you are all architects. It is what distinguishes you from the other is your registration number. The council shall keep a register of architectural firms, so much the same way as we keep register of individuals, we also keep register of architectural firms, and they must also be in good standing. And we, what's it called, put their names onto the register immediately after they've gone through the registration process. I think now it's been reduced from what we saw previously. It's been reduced to 5 years, from the 10 years to the 5 years, which I think it is okay. I don't think it should go any lower, because when it goes lower, it will even affect you. So, for instance, what we are thinking, if the Public Procurement Act is amended, and it contains some of our suggestions, which will say, make sure that all public procurements for works is done competitively and is done by architects competitively. What it means is that they wouldn't do their own thing as they, and it will help support all of us. So if you are not registered, you are not in good standing, it goes against you. So like competitions, for instance, one of the criteria is that you have to be in good standing. Okay, you have to be in good standing. For the Legon, 18 had expressed interest. When it was reviewed, that's together with the client, what's it called? 6 fell by the side. Okay, because either they hadn't paid their subscription, some had paid to ARC and have not paid to GIA. You are not in good standing, and it means you wouldn't benefit from that. And then there are also statutory requirements. So if you don't adhere to those statutory requirements, you fall by the roadside. Okay. So the registrar shall be responsible for the upkeep. So the council shall appoint from its membership or the membership of the institute a registrar who shall hold office for a period of 2 years from the date of his or her appointment. And the registrar shall be responsible for the upkeep of the registers in the form prescribed by resolution of the council. And you see, it's not saying by resolution of members. It is saying by the council. And it is because members have elected council, and the constitution has given them responsibilities. Okay, it's giving them obligations. It's giving them their job description as to how to handle the affairs of the institute. Okay, it is when, and that is why we have annual general meetings. That's why we have ordinary meeting and we have extraordinary meetings. There are some issues that the entire membership may have to take decision on, or council brings it or table it to members, and then they deliberate on. Otherwise, they've been given the mandate to steer the affairs of. So you have Mahama as the president. We voted for him, and every small decision come to fellow Ghanaians. And this, no, democracy doesn't work that way. The registrar shall prepare the list of registered architects and architectural firms by 31st December each year, and the council shall submit a said list to the Registrar General or Office of the Registrar of Companies before 31st of the following January. So make time and read the Professional Bodies Act. then you see what it entails. Your names or our names are submitted to the Registrar General's Department, or now is the Office of the Registrar of Companies, annually. So have to make sure that you are in good standing with the Registrar General. First, you have to be in good standing with the institute, and then that will be submitted so the country knows that these are the actors who are in good standing to practice in the country. So it doesn't end here. Okay, so if you don't pay your subscription, what you are doing, the disservice you are doing to yourself is that it will get to a time you may not have anything to do from the public sector. Okay, striking off and cancellation of registration. Subject to the provision of paragraph 6 of this regulation, the council may strike off the register of actors the name of actors of an actor certified that if the council is satisfied that he or she is unfit to practice the profession of architecture by reason that he or she has been guilty of professional misconduct or has become subject to any disqualification mentioned in. So, but once your name can only be striked off when the issue or the misconduct have been investigated into, and the punishment is gone to the disciplinary committee, and the punishment is to strike off your name. Then your name can be struck off. However, your name can be reinstated when you become of good behavior, and then you come back. So the council may strike off the register of actors of the name of if the prescribed fees remain unpaid for a period exceeding 6 months after the due demand. I see we've been a bit lenient, and then because of that, membership take the leniency to be a weakness. You see, which is unfortunate with a human being. So unfortunate. Let's try and do the right thing, and we'll all be comfortable. A person whose name has been struck off the register of actors under subparagraph this of this may have his name reinstalled if the council is certified that he has become. So yeah, you haven't paid, you come and pay, and is the reason why your name has been taken off is that you haven't paid. Your name would definitely be brought back, and you would then be able to practice. What it means is once your name is taken off, your stamp is called, your certificate or your diploma is also called. Then you don't, because you can only practice if you're a member and in good standing. And much as we strike the name of, or the name of an individual, a strike off, the same applies to firm. If you don't do the right thing, that is. So inquiries by disciplinary committee, the name of a person or firm shall not be struck off the register unless disciplinary committee has, after due inquiry, made a report to the council that the person or firm concerned has been guilty of professional misconduct or is otherwise disqualified under the provision of the. So the council cannot just wake up and say you haven't paid your subscription for 6 months and it's been demanded, so we are striking. No. First, it has to be investigated why you haven't, and if there are reasons that are genuine, and if you even have those genuine reasons, why don't you engage the council say, okay, I'm facing financial challenges. So can you look at it? And if it is genuine, I'm sure they would. The Constitution, where the Council 6.02 has reasonable cause to believe, whether upon complaint made to it or otherwise, that any person or firm who or which is a registered architect or firm has been guilty of professional misconduct, the Council may appoint an investigating committee for the purpose of holding an inquiry into the conduct of the persons or the firm before the disciplinary committee acts. The Constitution and powers of and the procedures to be followed by the disciplinary committees appointed under this paragraph shall comply with the requirement of the regulations of the professional bodies registration instrument. So please go and read that on your own. Yes. Can you hear?
Please, I want to ask, in case the disciplinary committees, their actions incur cost, who is going to take that cost? Is it the offender?
All right, okay. So you see, when we are organizing competitions, the client pays for organizing the competitions. Okay. So if you have engaged in or you are involved in professional misconduct, and it has to be, you have to be disciplined. You have to pay for whatever to be done. So that there was this case where, and this happened over 10 years ago, where an architectural firm engaged in this, one of the design and build, then where they were not open to the client. So they have registered a company for construction. The two directors have registered a company for construction. Meanwhile, the client approached them for architectural services. And then through that, they introduced, one of the directors introduced the other director as the contractors for the project without disclosing that they are the same. Okay. And you see some of these things, you think it is okay until something happens. So along the line, the client became dissatisfied because things were not going, maybe quality issues and money issues and all that. So the issue was reported to ARC by the client. And ARC puts a disciplinary committee together to discipline the architect involved and awarded some costs to the architect. The architect became peeved and went to the court. And the court said, yeah, he did wrong, but ARC did not go through the right procedure. They should have investigated first before disciplinary. So the court awarded cost to ARC for wasting their time. So when ARC came back, they reconstituted or formed an investigative committee and investigated, and I was part of that committee. And then we submitted our report to the disciplinary committee, and the architectural firm was charged for what's it called, and they were giving costs to pay to ARC. Okay, so yeah, you would have to bear the cost of empaneling that. Mm. All right. Hello. I think the next Hey. Okay. The council may, in lieu of exercising its powers under paragraph of this regulation, suspend the person or firm concerned from membership of the institute for such a period as the council may. So if they decide that you are not going to, your name is not going to be, you can be suspended for a period. And you see, some of these whips, we should have picked them long time ago because there was a lot of indiscipline now. Meaning of professional misconduct. You say each of the following acts on the part of an architect shall constitute professional misconduct, namely allowing any other person to practice in his name as an architect unless said person is also an architect and is in partnership with or employed by him. So remember we said you cannot transfer the title architect or the qualification that you got, you cannot transfer it. So you cannot allow anyone to practice in your name unless the person is one or you've been authorized so to do. So you are not an architect, okay? However, you are working in a firm and you've been assigned onto a project. Remember that you are practicing in the name of that firm that is qualified and not in your name. So you always have to bear that in mind. Yes, madam.
Quick question.
Yeah.
Can you let someone sign with your stamp? Maybe like your boss is not around and he's like, oh, stamp and sign for me.
You see, we talk about, or we talk of authorized signatory. Okay, authorized signatory. So that signatory has to be authorized. I know whether you've submitted tenders before, but with tenders, they usually will ask maybe you give a power of attorney to a staff to act on behalf of the company. So once you give that power of attorney, then that becomes the authorized signature. And this will happen when it is a limited liability company or it is, what's it called, a partnership. But as an individual, who has to sign on your behalf?
So let's say you're not around.
Say it again.
You're not. So I
No.
get my stamp right now.
Uh-huh.
And then I have to submit a project, right?
Yeah.
But I'm not around in that moment and it's urgent. So I tell a colleague of mine that, oh, use my stamp and sign for me.
No, it is illegal.
Hey,
Your stamp is your stamp. It is not for you and your colleague. If you have a firm and the colleague is employed in that firm, then you give authority to the colleague to sign accordingly, but not you as an individual. It's similar to you deciding to die and somebody using your stamp. Okay, so one, professional is allowing any other person to practice in his or her name as an architect unless said person is also an architect and is in partnership with or employed by him. Two, entering into corporate entity partner or partnership with any person other than an architect or person practicing any of the discipline as set out in 2 points or the Constitution, or securing by means which are not open to an architect or professional business. So these are professional misconduct or entering into corporate entity partnership with any company purporting to be an architectural firm if they are not. And you enter into that partnership with them, you commit an offense. And each of the following acts or omission on the part of an actor shall constitute professional misconduct. One, holding or assuming or consciously accepting a position in which the interest of the actor is in conflict with a professional duty. Then two, accepting any remuneration other than professional fees. So when you accept kickbacks, leave the kickbacks to the politicians and what's it called? Let's live on our professional fees. Once we charge war, we wouldn't think about any other things that will make us comfortable because our fees should make us comfortable. We charge war and they pay, then it will make us comfortable. Accepting, okay, so that's it. And then failing to uphold and apply the scale of fees, accepting any gift or commission from contractors or tradesmen when employed in the role of consultant, supervisor, or manager, being involved in actions and situations inconsistent with his professional obligations or likely to raise doubts about integrity. And then advertising or offering his professional services to any person or body corporate by means of circulars or making paid announcements in the media, except when applying to prospective employers for a salaried work, advertising a professional appointment open or wanted, directed only to members of the profession concerned, or responding to an advertisement addressed to members of the profession, inviting them to submit their names for inclusion in the panel of the list of actors, provided he or she responds or her response does not contravene any clause in the Code of Professional Conduct for the time being in force. And then notifying the architectural profession, press, and whatever, or giving monetary consideration for illustrations and descriptions of his work to be published in the press or any other, exhibiting his name or signature on his building outside his office or whatever, attempting to supplant another architect or competing with any architect by means of reduction of fees or other inducement, also professional misconduct, or failing to notify the Ghana Institute of Architects and another architect of the fact when approached or instructed to proceed with professional work. I think we've talked about that. Or when employed as salaried or official acted by central or local government or department or statutory body, and by reason of his or her office, he or she is in a position to grant or influence the granting of any form of statutory approval, he undertakes private work. So instead of approving for it to go to somebody, you say, if it will go, it should go what? A corner. And then you take it yourself. No, it is a no. And then failing to act in an failing to act in an impartial manner in all cases between the owner and the contractor. You have to be fair. Make sure that you are not either influenced by the owner to discredit the contractor. Neither would you want to take anything from the contractor to ditch the owner. And then permitting the insertion in tenders, bills of quantities, and other things or other contracts which provide for payment to you directly or afterwards. It's part of the corruption that. And then taking part in an architectural design competition, which the council shall have declared by resolution that members must not take part because the conditions are not in accordance with the institute, or failing to notify at once the honorary secretary upon being asked to take part in the limited design competition, the particulars of the competitions etc., and acting as an architect or joint architect for work, which has been the subject of a competition in which he or she is or has been an assessor, etc. And notwithstanding anything to the contrary contained in the subparagraph 8.0 of this 01 of the an actor shall not be guilty of professional misconduct by reason only of any of the following acts, namely entering into or being in partnership with any person outside Ghana who is a member of a society or institute of actors, which is in the opinion of the council of equivalent status to the Ghana Institute of Arts. So you can partner with any architect outside Ghana to execute works. Okay, it is not professional misconduct. That's provided the institute sees it as equivalent. The council sees it as so along the line, and this was in the late 80s, getting to the early 90s, some Black architects, including some Ghanaians in the UK, who were members of the RIBA, felt that they were being sidelined, they were not getting jobs. So they decided to form a body on their own to get jobs. So they formed what is called Society of Black Architects. And you ask, where did it end them? You don't, it's better to belong than to think, oh, I want to wait for and then push. And like I said, every country, and it is mainly for public safety when it comes to professionals, would want to have just one professional body per discipline so that regulating becomes very easy among others. So securing, and that may not be, or that's also not a professional, I mean, securing professional business by reason of said partnership or allowing said, so once you partner with somebody outside and you secure jobs among others, it is not professional misconduct, especially when they are here, because, and that's why you have to make sure that you are adequately being remunerated. Okay, not just stamp and then once they give you money to buy food, you are happy with it. Or paying or allowing or agreeing to pay or allow to pay any such partner any share out of fees or profit. That one too is not a professional misconduct. Or being a director or partner of a company, firm, or group of persons engaged in building, contracting, project management, manufacturing of building materials, production of furniture, real estate development, landscape development work, specialized installation works, or manufacturing representative. These are not professional misconduct. So you can engage in any of these as an architect. Hey, do we go through the bylaws quickly? Your time is up. Okay, all right, okay. So let's go through this. Or someone is waiting for you. Your money is, I thought a client called and okay, so election of members. So you see, I said your membership into the institute, you don't earn by you are elected into membership. Although you told you did not sleep and wrote the professional exams, when you pass, you have to only be elected into it. It's not fair. Okay. Every candidate for admission to the institute, other than honorary fellow or honorary associate member, shall make and subscribe to a statement first that he or she is eligible under the Constitution, regulation, and bylaws. Secondly, that he or she is willing, if elected, to be bound by the Constitution and bylaws of the Institute for the time being in force. He or she shall be proposed by a council or be in writing on a form provided by the Institute by 3 members, of whom one must be a fellow of. Okay, so having been elected into membership, you can be elected onto the council or onto any committee by going through a procedure. And that procedure is that you are nominated by other colleagues. And then it used to be 3, I think it's been reduced to 2. And we've not been strict on this, but it should be, your election should be by a fellow and an associate. But you see nomination being endorsed by only associates. And it is accepted. I'm sure maybe when we do the amendments, we have to look at this. And then an elected candidate shall be admitted on paying. That's what I talked about, is for election into the council. But that is for you coming as a member. Okay. And I'm not sure if your forms were even endorsed by any fellow. Like I said, what we've seen over the years, the forms are just endorsed by associate. Mm-hmm. But that's what the Constitution, the bylaws says. That it should be an elected candidate shall be admitted on paying of his first annual subscription and on an enrollment or entrance fee, to which shall be added a development levy. Members shall pay a development levy upon election at rates determined. Okay, so, and I think it makes sense for them to even add this, because as an institution or as an institute or body of knowledge, we have to grow. And we cannot just grow on the subscription, which when we are paying 1,000, we are even complaining, which is even woefully inadequate. So, and if we had gone by this, I'm sure we will not be struggling by now, because little drops of water, you know. Okay, enrollment fees and subscription for the categories of shall be determined by the council from time to time. So the council will determine that, okay, this year, let's pay 1,500 as architects and 3,000 per firm, and inform membership that, yeah, this so because the powers are being conferred on them. Enrollment fee shall be paid in respect of one class only. Architectural firms shall pay a registration fee and an annual subscription to be registered as architectural firm. All architectural firms shall pay a development levy upon registration. Architectural firms shall be subject to the Constitution, bylaws, and regulations of the Institute. So you are a firm, you have to adhere to all the restrictions that the Institute have. Okay, checks, etc., of fees and services shall be made payable to Ghana Institute of Architects with a letter addressed to the honorary treasurer. But now they even say, yeah, you can send Momo and things like that. Because at the time there was nothing like Momo. What we started doing that, but we didn't finish, and this council is continuing with it to make sure that the payment is done seamlessly. So an app is being developed so that you can pay through the app, either on your phone or on your desktop, which becomes a bit easy. All architects and firms shall be in good standing after having paid all their dues, levies, and development fees. You see, so if we were applying this to the latter, I'm sure no one will complain by now. No, you don't think so? Julius, do you think so? All annual subscriptions shall become due and payable in advance on the first day of January in every year. And if the date of election falls in the second half of the year, only half of the year, the subscription. Okay, so what he's trying to say is, if you are elected, let's say in July, then you don't pay the full subscription. Okay, so this suggests that when you are elected in October, the induction will be in October. Is that not it? Yeah, last year it was in October. No, it was 1st November. Sorry. Say it again. It was what? Oh, this year is 30th or 31st. And okay, so it depends on the availability of the minister as well. But what it means is that you don't pay for the full year, because you don't pay. Okay, so you've paid as a probationer, and once you are elected as an architect, you are supposed to pay the subscription as an architect, because your probationary period is curtailed as soon as you qualified. What the bylaw is saying is that if you are elected in January, then you pay the full subscription. However, if you are elected mid of the year, you pay half of the yes.
The year. Thank you. So the subscription year ends on the 31st of December each year. So let's say as a probationer, I've paid my subscription fees before being elected as part of the institute. So now if I am paying the half amount, is it from October to December, or it starts from the next year, 1st January to the 31st of December?
All right. So you pay your subscription for the class that you've promoted yourself to. You pay it as soon as you have been elected into that class. No. Is it a top up?
If I pay
No, because you are not an architect for the full year. You were an architect you were a probationer before. So. Okay, so if any member fails to pay his annual subscription within 6 months after it has become due and demanded, he or she may be suspended or expelled by resolution of the council and may be reinstated by resolution of the council upon payment of a penalty to be prescribed by the council for fellows and associates and for firms and all outstanding monies due. So if you have to be reinstated, you have to pay There are people who have been in bar standing. I don't know whether it's a proper thing to say. No, and for a long time, and if you have to be reinstated, you have to pay all the arrears. I know there have been others come and have been complaining that, but the fact of the matter is, did you inform the institute of your condition when you were not able to pay? If you inform them, they know that, okay, maybe we are giving you some concession, or we are temporary suspending, because when you temporarily suspend, it means it is not running, then you don't have to pay when you are reinstated. Okay, then the disciplinary power. Any practicing member or firm who or which, in the opinion of the council, has been guilty of unprofessional conduct shall be liable to reprimand, suspension, or expulsion as may be determined by the council, and any person or firm convicted of any criminal offense will ipso facto cease to be a member of the institute. A person or firm who or which has been suspended or expelled may be reinstated by resolution of the council if the council is satisfied that such person or firm has become subsequently a fit and proper person or firm to practice the profession of architecture on the settlement of such penalties which may be decided by the council. Then resignation. So remember, you can resign. Any member, provided he or she is under no financial liability to the institute, shall be entitled to resign his membership on giving notice in writing of his intention or her intention so to do, and on him or her retiring his or her diploma or certificate of membership to the council for cancellation. The council shall have power to return the council diploma to any member. Yes, sir. You have to pay before you can. But why? You are indebted and you have to pay everything. Are you planning to do that? Okay. And then election of office bearers. Members nominated for office of president shall be existing president, a vice president, a past president, or a member of the institute who is or has been a member of council. No president who has filled the office for 2 consecutive terms shall again be eligible for the presidency until expiration of 2 years from the end of his tenure of office. Members nominated for the office of vice president shall be officers or members of the institute who are or have been members of the council. No vice president who has filled the office for 2 consecutive terms shall thereafter be eligible for re-election until the expiration of 2 years from the end of his or her tenure of this office. Yes.
And due to some circumstances, I'm not able to run for another term. And let's say I was ill and I come back and I want to run again and I win. Can I run again? Because the law says 2 consecutive terms. So the first one was not consecutive. So I'm not trying to achieve consecutive.
You want to be Mahama? But let me ask, why do you want to be president forever?
Because the passion to help the institution.
Don't you think others to have the passion?
Well, sure, but then that's the whole point of the election. So if we all have the passion, and then I have come for, let's say, a third time, and you feel that you should give me the mantle.
You see, I think it should even be limited to one term. And the reason why I think so is that it takes a lot from you, the person. It's demanding. It's a lot of time. Okay. So we instituted the president in waiting, I think somewhere in 2017, and it came into force in 2018. So you'll be president in waiting for 1 year. You serve your presidency for 2 years, and you have to be on the council as an immediate past president. For it used to be for the entire term, but the last extraordinary general meeting is being amended to half of the term. So to spend that whole year, it takes a lot. It is a lot on you, and I wouldn't advise anyone to do that. The institution of surveyors, they elect first vice president, second vice president before the president. And with that, if you are second vice president, you are on the council, and then the following year you move to the first president, first vice president, and then the third year you become president. And then after your presidency, and their presidency is 1 year, after the presidency, you sit on the council for another term, and that is 1 year for the council. 4 years is a lot. Okay, so having served as a president in waiting for 1 year and serving your term for 2 years and being on the immediate council for another year, I think it's more than enough of your political time for the institute. All right, okay. So the method of election shall be determined by the council subject to the following conditions. 1, not less than 7 clear days notice shall be given any meeting convened for the purpose of elections. And then the notice of election shall include a record of the attendance of the outgoing officers and members on the council. So when you're on the council, you want to be active, okay? You want to attend the council meetings, which are held regularly. So you don't take position that you think, oh, okay, I want the position, but do not want to work. And if some of these things are applied, I think we'll have a better institute than what we have now. The notice conveying the meeting shall state the election of officers and members of the council will take place at the meeting. That's the notice conveying the meeting shall state that the election of members and members of the council will take place at the meeting. So the subject or the heading of that letter should be clear, so that once you see when you are writing, I don't know how many of you write formal letters. I'm sure you even the private letters, you stop writing them because of the WhatsApps. But begin to involve yourself on writing formal letters from your firm. Okay, be inquisitive. Ask what is the structure? If you did not learn it from school, I don't know your curriculum, and I'm talking about the basic school. Okay, because letter writing is very important in our professional duties. If you even have an administrator, you would want to know what goes out. So you should know the format. So here we are saying it should be clear. The heading should be clear that you are having this election and it is at this place and that. Any member desiring to nominate candidates for election as officers or as members of the council must forward the name of those he or she desires to nominate them. Nomination indicating the candidate's willingness to serve if elected should be received by the honorary secretary not less than 3 days before the date of the meeting, duly proposed and seconded by 2 members of the institute. And I'm sure it is because of these 2 members of the institute that now you don't see fellows, what's it called, doing, but you have associates as nominating and things like that. The institute will determine at the meeting the form of voting to be adapted. There shall be 2 scrutineers who would be responsible for carrying out the election in a proper and orderly manner. All right, so this will also have to be amended. This pertains to when we were voting and nominating at the annual general meeting. But now that we have gone electronic voting, we need to amend accordingly. So there was an election committee that goes through will put out the procedure. There was an electoral commissioner and all that have to be. If nomination received by the honorary secretary prior to the meeting are insufficient to meet the number of vacancies, then further names may be called for from those present at the annual general meeting. It was on this clause that in 2012, I gave myself to serve as the assistant secretary because people were not coming. And I felt, why not? If there was an equality of votes, the annual general meeting may give such casting vote or votes as may be necessary to remove the equality and complete the election. Then there shall be an annual general meeting to be held in January every year. Okay. So I came to office in May 2002. And it is because along the line, things were done anyhow. So we're doing annual general meetings as and when we felt like. But that is not what the bylaws says. The bylaw says, let's have annual general meeting in January every year. So what we did was we suggested to membership, and then so I stayed, I think 5 or 6 months more than the 2 years to align or to bring it closer. So we did our first annual general meeting in November, and then last year too, we did it in November. I'm hoping that this council will move it. So from November, it's closer to January. So this council will bring it to January, I'm hoping. Then it aligns with what we have stated in our books. Election of officers and members of the council shall be held every other general meeting. The term of each council shall be 2 years. So what it means is at the getting to the end of the term of the council that elections will be held. However, we've also instituted the president in waiting, which should be in the middle of the tenure of the council. So getting to the end of the first year of the council, there should be election for the president in waiting, and he has to be on the council for 1 year before he takes office. The council shall have power to fill vacancies on the council or in any of the offices which become vacant between elections. So let's say somebody decide not to continue to be on the council and resigns, then the council can co-opt or nominate another person onto it. It's not talking about by-election here, but it's giving the power to the council to nominate. The council shall have the power at any time and from time to time to call persons not exceeding 3 to act as additional members of the council until the next annual general meeting. So the council is given the power to co-opt up to 3 additional persons onto the council to help with its work without getting to members to say, yeah, you need to elect this person. Any member of the council may resign his office by notice in writing delivered to the council. The council may presume the resumption of any member of council who had failed to attend 4 consecutive meetings of the council. So if you fail to, and you want to ask, are we implementing this? And the answer for me is no. Okay, but we have to. Because you can't take position and then sit and then go about raising your collar and say, yeah, I'm a member of GIA Council, I'm a member of GIA Council. Like people go on boards and when they go there, they don't contribute anything. They just sit and then whatever, with a public service, you go and sit and then they give them allowance. Maybe that's what they're interested. Like the public service will travel for conferences and instead of going to sit in the conference, they will go shopping and there's a per diem that they are interested in, you know. The council, okay. So, so once you don't come for meetings for days, it is assumed that you've resigned. The member concerned to be notified within 14 days after the meeting of the council at which it has been decided to presume such resumption. No, resignation. So once you don't come for 4 days, the council should meet and they should presume that you have resigned automatically and write to you within 14 days. The meetings of the council shall meet at such time and places as it may agree. 5 members shall form a quorum. 7 clear day notice of a meeting of the council or not less than 24-hour notice in the case of emergency shall be delivered or sent to each member of the council. Such notice shall state the place, the day, and the hour of meeting, and in the case of special business, the general nature of the business. Accidental omission to send or non-receipt of notice by any member shall not invalidate the proceedings of any meeting. The president or 2 members of the council may require the honorary secretary at any time to summon a meeting of the council. The president of the council shall be the chairman of the meeting. In the absence of the president, the vice president shall be the chairman, or failing him or her, any member of council may be elected by the meeting. So in case the president is not available to chair or the vice president is not, then the members present will elect one among them to chair that meeting. Questions arising at any meeting of the council shall be determined by a majority of vote. The chairman may give such second or casting vote or votes as may be necessary to remove the equality. Then committees. The council shall appoint out of their own body or other members committees to be called Registration Committee, the Finance and Management Committee, Education and Practice Committee, Disciplinary Arbitration, Editorial Library, and an advisory committee, as they may from time to time think fit. And in appointing said committees, shall have regard to the composition of the committee at the time of such appointment. So you must make sure that the committees that you are appointing or the members is balanced so that you capture all the views. The vice president of the council shall be an ex-official member of an advisory committee appointed if she is or her, if he or she is already not a serving member. So if the vice president is already not a member, then of the advisory committee, then he or she becomes, what's it called? Will be an ex-officio member. Committees appointed by the council shall in the exercise of the powers so delegated conform to all regulations and terms of reference that may be decided by the council. The council shall nominate the chairman of each committee unless the president shall have elected so to act. Yes. No, the ad hoc committees are not captured here. So these are standing committees. So the ad hoc, they come as and when. So when you deem necessary, then you form a committee just for that specific purpose. Once it is done, you dissolve that committee. But these committees will run through the term of some of us think that the committee's term should go beyond that of the council, so that when a new council come, before they settle, there's already committee going on. And then, along the line, they fizzle out for new committee. Otherwise, there will be that break like we have on the political scene, where everything Nana Addo did is useless, and now we have to reset. So the committee shall nominate the chair of, all right. In the absence of the chairman, the meeting may elect any member of the committee present to take the chair. So if there was a chairperson and the chairperson is not available for the meeting, those meeting will elect one person. It doesn't mean that that person is the chairman or the chairperson for that committee, but it's for specifically for that meeting. A committee shall carry out its work with all due diligence, but subject to this may meet and adjourn as it thinks proper. Failing such diligence, the council shall have power to dissolve the committee and to appoint a new one or to assume responsibility for such committee. So if a committee is not working, if a committee does not find, it's not even doing, it's working, but it's not doing what they are supposed to do because the terms of reference are given. So the council can step in and either dissolve or reform the said committee and continue with the work. Questions arising at any meeting of a committee shall be determined by a majority of vote of the members present. And in the case of equality, the chairman shall have a second or casting vote. The quorum of all committees shall be 3, except in the case of arbitration and disciplinary committee, where all 5 members must be present. Because you are determining the fate of individuals, and have to make sure that everybody's view counts. Notice of a committee meeting shall be delivered or sent to each member of the committee 7 clear before the meeting or 24 hours before the meeting in the case of emergency meeting. And see, from experience, it makes sense once the committee meets, then they draw up their meeting schedule for, if it is 1 year, you draw it for 1 year so that you know that on this date, then you can infuse it into your calendar because you have other things to think about. Unless it is emergency meeting, emergency is emergency. Like our friend, where is she? Yeah, she had an emergency this morning. No one can stop that. It's an accidental omission to give notice of a meeting to or non-receipt of notice of a meeting by a member shall not invalidate the proceedings. So if you're on a committee and you don't receive notice, but you know the date for the meeting, don't come and say that they held a meeting behind you or without you and that the proceedings is not valid. It is valid. Each committee shall have the power to co-opt members approved by the council. So you're in a committee and you think you need other resource persons to be part of the committee to help you take decisions, you approach the council and then what's it called? It will be approved for you to co-opt those members onto the committees. Then the composition of the committee shall be as follows. That's Education and Practice Committee. We have the Registration Board, which is the president being the chair, the vice president, the honorary secretary, and the Ministry of Works responsible or representative. That's the chief architect and the GIA member. Okay, so when this one is being amended, some of these things will be, especially the works and housing stuff. You know, the Architect Act came into being in 1969. So the institute is older than the Architects Act. And at the time, the ministry responsible for works, that's the Ministry of Works and Housing, had its representative on the Institute's council and also on committees. But with the coming in force of ARC, although the act was in 1969, which is younger than the Institute, it began operation in 2000, which is about 25 years ago. But for some time, the rep from Works and Housing was still on the GIA Council until along the line, we felt that no, it becomes duplication of effort. So that member should rather, and per the Architect Act, rather be on the registration board instead of being at the institute. So that was what was taken out. And then we have the Finance and Management Committee, which consists of the treasurer being the chair, the social secretary, a GIA council member. So any council member can be nominated onto, and then 2 GIA members. And then Education and Training Committee. You know, you see UST here. It used to be UST until along the line it was changed to KNUST. So we have the GIA examiner. So GIA nominate examiner to the university as part of the architecture education. And then so that examiner becomes the chair, and then you have the president also being a member, and the representative from KNUST. But now what we've done is we have brought onto the council the academic institutions, the two academic institutions. Now they all have reps on the board, because we see we have the private sector, which is currently being what's it called? Yeah. And then the public university being so. When assuming there are more than one, or there was more than one private university, we will still have one representative from that private university. And then the public universities, if they are 10 or 20 or 100, they will all also have one. Because currently there was, I think, University of Environment and whatever at Somenya, who are starting architecture program. I don't know whether we are in, I think they will be starting this academic year or next academic year. Anyway. And then we have the disciplinary committee with the chairman as the president, and then it goes and on and on and on. Then we have the arbitration committee with the vice president chairing, and then we have the AG representative. The AG representative is a legal person and it was supposed to be from Attorney General's department, but we feel being a professional body, and for that matter, the private sector player, we felt that it should be a solicitor, any private legal person. The person can be an architect lawyer, or it can be a lawyer. It's like that, but to be. Then we have the library committee, which will have a council member. We have the social secretary, editorial, and what have you. And then we have the editorial committee, among others. Then annual general meeting. Say the annual general meeting shall be held each year in January on or before 31st day of the month, and at such a place as may be decided by council. So, I mean, with this, I'm sure like next January we may have an ordinary general meeting shall be held quarterly. So for this council, the first or the OGM for this quarter will be held in March. So if it is quarterly, it means the next one will be held in June, and then 3 months after June, and then but you cannot have OGM and AGM at the same time. Yeah. So 7 clear days notice is given for general meeting. So it is, when you say general meeting, what qualifies is whether it is ordinary, it is extraordinary, or it is annual. So all the meetings are general, but you qualify it by what you intend doing at that meeting. So at the annual and ordinary general meeting, 1/3 of the total population of the institute at a general meeting shall form a quorum. So the 1/3 is at the general meeting, and the general meeting is not qualified. So your ordinary general meeting, your annual general meeting, or extraordinary general meeting, each of them, you need 1/3 present to form a quorum. So like you said, if 20 come, it's up to You are not interested. So let the 20 decide for you. The president shall preside as chairman at every annual and ordinary meetings of the institute. In his or her absence, the vice president shall be the chair, or failing him or her, any member of the council elected by the meeting. So if the president or the vice president are not available, then the meeting shall elect any member of the council to chair that meeting. The chairman at any meeting of the council may, with the consent of the members present, adjourn the meeting from time to time or place to place, but no business left unfinished at the meeting from which the adjournment took place until the unfinished business has been concluded. So if you start a subject, you would discuss it, finish it before it is adjourned. You don't start and then in the middle, let's say we are discussing subscription, and then your name again, and now says, oh, I'm hungry, and now talks to Sel and talks Sel to talk to Mr. Wari, and then it goes on, and then they said, no, let's adjourn the meeting. It doesn't happen that way. That discussion has to be concluded because before you can do that coup. Okay. All right. A voting decision shall be carried by a simple majority. In the case of equality of votes, the chairman shall be entitled to a second or casting vote. And then finance. Funds for the running of the institute shall be obtained through members' subscription, donation, etc. So what other sources do you think we can fund the institute? Any other innovative sources? We have the competition as one. Yes. Can you get a mic? Oh, that mic is no longer working. Is it working? Okay.
Hello. I think
you haven't spoken the whole day. Oh, okay.
okay. I think the institution can go into business. Yes, maybe we can put up some resorts somewhere that will be making money and some other ventures, real estate, you get it. So that's fine.
All right, okay. So yeah, my friend, NSI, so he's saying we should develop some permanent income generating activities, like building an estate or go into guest house and what have you, which makes a lot of sense. And I'm sure if we were paying the development levy by now, we would have gotten somewhere. Yes. Oh, yes, sir.
Okay. All right. So one entity I think the institute can make money from is if we should go into printing, not just for maybe here, but on mainly the university campuses. Yeah, they can make a lot from that side.
All right. Okay. So to do printing at the university campuses. Is this something you've been thinking about, or you've been thinking about? Okay. All right. Yes, sir.
So, since we are already building design and construction experts, maybe you can leverage that information, I don't know, through building inspection for people who want to make real estate purchases.
To
real estate purchases, like clients who want to buy houses. Because it looks like that side is so informal. It's not.
Okay, so become agents.
Yeah.
Okay. Or like brokers. Okay. And then, okay, so, and this is individual. So what does the institute get? Oh, okay. All right. Okay. All right. So GI certified broker. Okay. All right. Okay.
Yeah, it's similar to what he was saying. So,
Okay.
like, we sell standard plans. For instance, we're having affordable housing issues. So why can't we come up with an affordable housing design module, then use that module and sell it to people that want to buy and develop it? So it's an affordable housing standard plan that people can buy.
Okay. All right. Okay. All right. So standard plans. Yeah. You see, don't you think you have to design to the site? You know, this was, I think it's about 22 years ago. So there was this woman who lived in, well, she's now living in Ghana, but she lived in Los Angeles and saw a home belonging to one of the celebrities, and then contacted an architect here in Ghana and want the same thing. The site was at, and the building is at Kokrobite. Okay. The site, the slope is something else. The building is huge. The architect said, oh, you know what? Your land is less than an acre. Meanwhile, this one sits on an acre of land. The client had 2 plots, okay, 80 by 100 multiplied by 2. Said, no, that's what she wants. Go and see. No. Okay. So let's understand that we design to site. We design from the passive design strategies. Okay. So it becomes, your buildings will not perform well if you have that standard things and you think it should apply. It is cheaper for them. But in the long run, they will be paying for it because the building may not perform the way it should perform. That is why when you do prototypes, the client will think, oh, I need a General 1 hospital, 88 hospitals, and I have a prototype, and it is cheaper for me because I'm paying less at the beginning. I'm paying less because I know how much they charge for consultancy, but the client will think, oh, I'm paying less because I want prototype. But when they go to the ground, then that's where the challenge is, where they have to cut about 10 meters to flatten the land because that's what the design says. And who pays for that cost? You see, so let's, as architects, let's not try to create problems for our clients. We would want to see our projects being implemented. We want to see our projects built. So we should look at solutions that will help them to build. Any other? We should buy shares, okay, in companies like MTN because they take our money plenty. You know, I on Friday night, my data got exhausted, and my data is supposed to last for the month because it's postpaid. It got exhausted, and because of that, I didn't have internet. Okay. And I couldn't use their app because I needed internet on the phone to get. And I was at home. So as soon as I got home, I bought, because I didn't need internet. No, I bought that. No, I did for the fiber broadband and got 8 gigabytes. In less than 24 hours, I didn't use it. It was gone. So Saturday morning, I called the relationship manager and he didn't pick. No, even the Friday night, I called him, he didn't pick. Saturday, and then later on, he picked. And then I was also in a meeting, so I couldn't watch. Yesterday, that he called back. And I said to him, how come less than 24 hours, 8 gig is gone? He said, can you screenshot? And so I said, I'm here to hear from them. Okay, they are making a lot of money off us. Meanwhile, if I tell you how much they give as dividend on the shares, it's not interesting. But yeah, it's one of the instruments that we can invest in. So someone says we should buy shares. Yeah,
I think also another avenue we could look at is the type of materials used in the building industry. Whether the institute can take it upon itself to find solutions, be a vendor of sorts to push much more sustainable materials to drive down building costs, as well as all these issues.
Okay, so we should look at sustainable way of building and be critical with the materials. So are you suggesting that we should research into materials and help others to produce them, or what?
I think, yeah, because if you even have the members who are taking up that
challenge,
yes, as an institute, you want to be able to push that forward to any stakeholder who is within the industry, to say that if you are dealing with us as architects, these are the type of materials you should be looking at. Yes.
Okay. All right. And how does it give us back money?
You are the sole distributors of that. You are enabling your members to be able to do the research and development. As an institute, you are acting as the face to be able to push it forward, saying that in as much as the individual is a credible person, it's also backed by the institute as well. So if it comes into a profit sharing thing too, I think that can be
so the institute should get a percentage of it. Okay. So I think it's similar to what the agreement we signed with Ministry of Foreign Affairs, that it was for architects, each architect, when you are nominated, to only do one project, and that the institute gets a percentage of their fees. From, I think, along the line, we started from 18%, but then we realized that if the value of the project is small, then the 18% becomes so steep for whoever is involved. So I think we reduce it to 12%. And the same applies to the competition, where part of the money comes to the institute, apart from running and then paying for the cost and then the prize money. And that will help. Once we add that to, I mean, when you look at it, it's like our subscription is nothing to write home about. So small, yes. We don't have a bookshop, but we used to sell things at the institute, and we still do sell. So, for instance, the institute documents are sold, but Yeah, I do understand you. If we have a dedicated shop where, yes. Yeah, yeah. Place to get. Okay. So we need a bookshop that will be well stocked and okay. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Any other? Yes.
I know.
My friend, you haven't spoken. You let him finish.
Okay.
Have you spoken? No, but it was half.
Okay, I know the institute owns land. I mean, this land in prime area, Ridge. I think the institute could look for investors and go into BOT, build, operate, transfer, because this is prime land. If instead of building this, let me call it miniature, it could have been, let's say, 10 stories, 12 stories. The institute own one, then we rent the rest out.
All right. Let me tell you, I think it will come up. Years ago, it was started. Okay, so an agreement was signed with Vanguard Properties. But along the line, they went under. You understand when they say business have gone under? Yeah, they went bankrupt and they couldn't deliver. So getting them off our back became an issue, but we engaged some legal guys and we are on it. I'm sure very soon we would get them off our back. The agreement that was signed at the time was something else, but we will definitely get them off our back. If that had gone through, by now wouldn't have done more and would have been even receiving rent from that development. That development was to give the institute about 400 square meters for its operation. It was a multi-level mixed-use development, but because it did not go well, we have to make sure that we get them off our back. I mean, along the line, realize that they were trying to rip from where they haven't sown, and some of us said, no, you can't. You can't. They came here wanting to value the entire property and take what the papers say is their shares in it. And like, wait a minute, what work have you done? So yeah, it's something that once we get that legal thing out of the way, it will be pursued. Any other? In fact, we've been threatened a couple of times by those in the public sector that, the ministry will take it, and especially when Akufo-Addo's government was selling properties here and there. But some of us were not deterred, because you cannot come in and take. We are a professional body and we are entitled to that benefit anyway. Any other? Okay, can we go on? Any money belonging to the institute and not invested shall be deposited by the council on account of and for the use of the institute with the Ghana Commercial Bank, now JCB Bank. So our main account is with Ghana JCB Bank Limited. We used to have only one account, and that is what we're doing everything in. But when I came in, we separated the accounts. So now we have a separate account for your examination, a separate account for separate accounts for competition, a separate accounts for operations, and so all your subscription goes through one account so that it is used for the works we're doing at Foreign Affairs. All the payments were also going to a separate account, so you don't mix it and think that you have a lot of money and then you will misuse it. So the subscription is what is used to run the institute. So we can borrow from an account and take it back when, I remember in 2018 also, we couldn't pay salaries. Oh, yeah, no, it was so bad. We couldn't pay salaries because we're depending only on the subscription. It was so bad. So yeah, it makes a lot of sense for us to diversify to get other sources. So the council shall from time to time give directions as to how such account is to be operated. All instructions to the bank involving payment of money shall be signed by the treasurer and either the honorary secretary or the president. The council shall appoint annually a firm of chartered accountants as auditors. The auditors shall have access at all reasonable times to the accounts of and securities. They shall examine the securities and the annual accounts before the latter are submitted to the annual general meeting and shall report thereon to the institute. So all accounts presented at annual general meeting are to be audited before they are presented. And for some years now, that's what we've done. So diplomas, the diploma or certificate of membership of the institute shall be granted to every fellow and associate and to non-professional members of the institute who are or shall be entitled thereto. They shall remain the property of the institute and shall only be tenable by a member so long as he or she shall remain a member. When the holder ceases to be a member, he or she shall forthwith return the diploma to the institute. I think that is clear. Then the session of the institute shall commence annually on the 1st of February and continue until the last day of the following January. The tenure of each council shall be 2 sessions or two years. So what it means is when they do the annual general meeting in January, then the new council will begin from 1st February and then it goes through. So thank you very much. Any questions? Any questions? All right. So if there are no, yes.
Why are students, why are we so allowed to eventually become the right side which is recognized wrong one?
No, you are talking about that you've gone to the accounting school and completed does not make you an accountant. until you write the professional exams with the Chartered Institute of Accountants. So once you write the professional exams and pass, then you are now an accountant. Otherwise, when you have your academic qualification, you start with as an accounts officer. And you see, you become a doctor, a medical doctor,